Good morning, all. Welcome to a meeting of the Amador County Board of Supervisors for February 11th. The board met in closed session. Item 1 was given direction to staff. Item 2 was pulled. There's no report. And the confidential minutes were approved. With that, would you stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. The first item today is public matters not on the agenda. Discussion items, no action will be taken. Any person may address the board on any subject within the jurisdiction of the supervisors. However, any matter requires action may be referred to staff and or committee for recommendation for possible action at a subsequent board meeting. Please note there's a 3-minute limit, and would you sign in when you come to the dais?
Mr. Chairman, would you like to explain where
excuse me. Supervisor Epperson is not here today because he's subpoenaed in a court case, so he couldn't join us. All right, public matters. Seeing any Zoomers? Okay.
Go ahead, Catherine, when you're ready.
Thank you. This is Catherine Evett, Volcano resident. I am calling to ask you to pay careful attention to and comment on the budget cuts that are happening in Washington, D.C. I think they have grave implications for Amador County, not only for its residents who depend on Social Security and Medicaid and Medicare, but for the county and its cities and other agencies. I noticed that your budget revenue source is 59% of intergovernmental funds, and those are funds that come from the state and the federal government, presumably. I don't know what proportion is federal and what is state, and that might be something that you would have staff report back to you. Best I can tell, the following in Amador County departments and nonprofits all depend on federal pass-through money or grant funding or allocated funding. That includes the Department of Social Services, the Public Health Department, the Office of Emergency Services, the Amador Senior Center for its food programs, the Amador County Transportation Commission, which gets federal grants. Every one of our incorporated cities. Our medical providers are heavily dependent on federal funds, both direct and indirect. That includes Sutter, Amador. I think MACT is probably included in that. Also, independent medical providers and pharmacies. The Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency is funded largely with federal money. They provide Head Start services, low-income weatherization services, and shelters using that money. There are also farms and ranches in Amador County that often get agricultural subsidies or disaster funding. That is potentially at risk. Indian education program is potentially at risk. Our Amador County schools get federal funds. I've been told it's 11% of their budget, but I haven't looked that up myself. The school lunch program is federal money. Hospice of Amador and Calaveras likely gets money from federal government and certainly gets payments from Medicare. The Amador Water Agency is actively seeking grant funds. Kit Carson Nursing and Rehab Center, I would, as a former Medi-Cal eligibility worker, I would bet that nearly everyone at Kit Carson is on Medicaid. And if Medicaid is cut, then that's going to be a problem. The Amador County Resource Conservation District is able to have staff through the National Resource Conservation Service. That may be at risk as well. So I think that there are serious implications for our county and its residents with the drastic cuts that are being made by unelected oligarchs in Washington And I would urge you to talk to Representative McClintock about your concerns and also our U.S. senators. Our county can't make it if the funds that are potentially going to be cut goes through. Thank you.
All right, any other Zoomers?
No, not at this time.
We had a few late arrivals. We're on public comment on items not on the agenda. Anyone wish to comment on anything? Just a last check. Seeing none, hearing none, we'll move along. Looking for approval of agenda. There is an addendum, and we're going to make the addendum 4B1.
Move to approve with that addendum added.
All right. Second.
Second.
All right. We had a motion and a second to approve the agenda with the addendum. All in favor, signal. Do we have to do roll call with an absence? No. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0-1. Moving along, approval of items on the consent agenda.
I'll make that motion.
All right.
I'll second.
We had a motion by Supervisor Onetto, a second by Supervisor Brown. All in favor of approving the consent as presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0-1. Item 4, the regular agenda. Amador County Tourism Marketing District discussion and possible action relative to potential adoption of a resolution of intention declaring the intention to establish the Amador County Touring Marketing District and fixing the time and place of a public meeting and a public hearing. So, Chuck, are we going to, or
So,
Greg?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors, in your packet, there's a sample memo that would go if this were ready. At this moment, we're still waiting on getting the data that we need from the city of Jackson about their TOT payers and how much for the quarters that we're looking back on. So we're not at a point yet where the board could actually adopt the resolution of intent. So that memo that's got the watermarked sample is what would apply at a future meeting if the board decides to move forward. Once we get that Jackson data and then calculate the percentages, because for the board to be able to adopt the resolution of intent, you have to have petitions in support from those businesses that will pay 50% or more of the proposed assessment. And so we need to know how much each would pay and figure out their sort of weighted percentage. So right now we have 12 total petitions, 2 from the city of Jackson, and then 10 for the rest. But since we don't know the Jackson data yet, we're sort of leaving those out. So there's 175 total TOT payers, excluding the city of Jackson. Again, 12 total petitions in support. We don't know their weighted percentage, but the raw percentage, well, so 2 of those 12 are Jackson. So if we exclude that, we say 175 TOT payers, excluding Jackson, 10 petitions in support, excluding Jackson. That's roughly 5.7% if every business got 1 vote. But that's not how you look at it. You'll look at it as a weighted percentage, how much. So basically, you look at their revenue, and because each business will pay 2% of what they collect in room revenue. And so then so whatever they'll pay of that, whatever percentage they'll pay. So you'll figure out the total of 2% of all the TOT and then figure out every business's percentage, and that's how much each business's vote will count.
And that'd be on top of the, as far as just dollar-wise, that'd be, is percents, that 2% would be on top of TOT they're already currently paying.
That's right. This is in addition to the TOT that they already,
Is that like, what, 10%
it depends on the jurisdiction.
in the county?
Ours is 10, I think Cedar Creek is 12. There might be an 8, most of them are 10.
Okay.
And how much is the county involved in this whole proceed? I mean, I know you're involved with it right now as it's coming before us, but any other staff involved with this?
Well, it's like the winery marketing district that was approved. It is a county assessment, and so right now we're involved in collecting the data, calculating the percentages, making sure the resolution is right. We'll have to do the notices for the staff.
I'm talking down the road during.
Well, the proposal is that the same company that collects the wine districts, the HDL, will collect this proposed fee. We will need an agreement with HDL. I haven't seen, I've been told that they have a proposal from HDL to do it for the amount that they have set aside from the total they anticipate collecting. They have a certain percentage of that total revenue set aside for the collection costs. So it would be similar to that. The county, I think the way we have it for the winery, the money still has to come through the county. It is a county assessment ultimately. So HDL is collecting it on our behalf technically. So we have an agreement with HDL. HDL collects it, transfers it to us, then we transfer it to the Owners Association. So we'll need an agreement with the Owners Association, and then it's the Owners Association that carries out all the tasks that they propose to carry out in their plan. That's it in a nutshell. But we're not ready today, so it's more discussion to hear them, and then I think the plan is to get a confidentiality non-disclosure agreement with the city of Jackson. Then they will provide us their TOT data, hopefully, and then we can finish the calculations.
We got a letter from the city of Cedar Creek, but it didn't mention about who voted for what. It was just that the council voted.
Yeah, so we will,
But it really has to be the people who are going to be taxed, right? Not the city.
so the way it works is this, we have this, well, not this hearing, but let's say a future meeting, if the board wants to move forward, a future hearing, and if they've reached that 50% or more threshold of weighted petitions in support of moving forward, then the board adopts the resolution of intent. You set, this is all in statute, you set a public meeting, which is just sort of for comment, and then a public hearing. So you have the public meeting first. People can come ask questions, talk, and then there's a public hearing. At the public hearing, that's when the board could adopt the plan, whatever the plan ends up being at that time. And so when we do the resolution of intent, every business that's paid TOT will get a notice. And there's no vote. What happens is kind of like we do with the garbage rates, that there has to be a protest, a majority protest. So if they meet that threshold in the beginning, it sort of shifts the burden to people in opposition to submit letters of protest that reach 50% or more of their weighted votes. And that would prevent the board from approving the district. But it's always within the board's discretion to or not to move forward. But if there's a majority of objections, then the board cannot. It's sort of taken out of your hands.
Okay. Any other?
We also will need, and I know I believe they've said they've gone to every city, but we will at some point need a very clear resolution from every city that says they agree for the county to create a district that includes incorporated area.
So this
Because
district,
otherwise, we wouldn't be able to, yeah, sorry.
sorry,
Yeah.
this district elects a board to oversee this expenditure of the money.
The owner, they will create an owners association, and that owners association will sort of make those decisions within the framework of what's laid out in their plan.
And is the process going to be the same for the winery district for the election of that board?
I don't know, but I would assume, so the winery one sort of was also weighted, so those wineries that paid more had more say in the owners association in terms of their votes to who was on the board of the owners association. But I don't know how they're proposing to set up their owners association. You'll have to ask them for sure. But I would guess that it would be similar.
You know, one thing I would say is, left a message to the lady. I knew that she had like a VRBO, just saying, hey, give her a heads up. This is coming. She might be interested. She called me back. We didn't connect, but she left me a voice message. I found it kind of interesting. She looked at her agenda and she said it wasn't on the agenda. So, I mean, at some point, there's probably some plain language just saying, hey, this is what's being proposed. So some of these people don't realize quite even what it is. And she didn't.
Yeah, so.
And she's a smart lady, too.
They will all get a written notice of the two hearings, the public meeting and the public hearing, and it should explain what's happening. So it won't just be what's in the agenda. They will get mailed notice as well.
Yeah, with some, probably like in the beginning with some plain language, laying out what's
Yeah,
being kind of
we'll make
proposed.
sure, yeah.
Should we, let's have the PowerPoint by the proponents next, and it'll start the discussion, so please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisors, Chairman, crew. Nice to see everyone this morning. So my name is Kathleen Mahan. I'm the current president for Visit Amador and also part of the Amador Lodging Alliance. And just to kind of add maybe possibly some more clarity to some of the topics that Greg was just discussing, and then also kind of elaborate a little bit more. So we're here to do exactly what Brian was saying, is to try to articulate this as clearly as possible for everyone that's either heard of this, never heard of this, or is coming into it right now. So we're going to hopefully be able to give you all clarity on that and what the proposed tourism marketing district is and how it affects everybody involved in that plan. As far as for the petitions, we've gotten several petitions in, so I think we need to update with you, Greg, because there's several more that have come from Jackson. And I know that Mr. Patel included some of his properties in one. We also have Best Western and National. And
Yeah, but that makes 12 that you've submitted to the county. That's all I know. So
okay. All right, so
There's
we'll make
more
sure
than
that we'll resubmit that. And then as far as, we have been agendized and went and spoke to every single city, so Jackson, Sutter Creek, Plymouth, Amador City, and Ione. And each one of those cities gave us a resolution to move forward and take this to you, because I needed those to even get to this step. So they were supposed to send those to you. Clearly that hasn't happened.
So I've seen ones from Sutter Creek, and I don't think that's adequate because we're creating a legal entity that includes incorporated area. And so we need a very clear resolution that says they're authorizing the county to create an entity that, and I can email it to you, but
Okay.
it's just, it's a kind of a formality. I know they've said they support it, but they need to authorize Board of Supervisors to create an entity that includes, because usually cities are separate. The board has no control over a city.
Right, and I'll go back in my notes because I have one of the resolutions because we provided a resolution with that kind of wording, and each one of them was supposed to be submitting that. So I'll make sure that we're all on the same page as far as that goes.
Okay.
As far as Supervisor Carnell had the question of, who's managing this, how is the board determined? So when you go through, and we'll be getting to the slide shortly, but it's based up of primarily the lodging members. So the Amador Wine Heritage District did weighted, so if you were the top, 5%, you had X amount of votes only for choosing the board. So, but I think as far as what, we haven't necessarily put that into that would be a bylaws question after it was done, but it's going to be if you're a lodging member, you're going to have a say in that and get voted onto the board. So it's 7 would be lodging members, and then makeup of, municipalities, cities, and Board of Supervisors. So with kind of that brief overview, what the Amador Lodging Alliance is it's a tourism marketing district that is an assessment district to provide specific benefits to our payers, which is our lodging partners, in an effort to promote sales and marketing and have a guaranteed, income source in which we can do so. This approach has been used successfully in other destination areas throughout the country and provided benefits and additional room night sales directly to the payers. So again, this is proposed for all lodging businesses, including short-term and vacation rentals within the boundaries of Amador County. And it would be possibly, approximately 10% of the money that would come in from the assessment would go to administration, 10% would go to reserves. We have 3% for collections, and then the remaining 77% is going to go directly to marketing. To kind of also answer for HGL, so it is going to be exactly the same as what Wine Heritage is doing. So we would be contracting with HGL, so there's not an impact to the county as having to supply any extra staffing. HGL sets up all the portals, gives all of the lodging partners their own portal to where they can report everything, and they're the ones that are responsible for making sure that that process is all handled and taken care of and easy to understand. So we can collect those funds, and then it would, like Greg said, go pass through you and then go back into the assessment. And if it's, once we get the final draft from them, if it's more than 3%, we're going to make that whole. We're not going to have the county be out any type of funding for the collection process. This is very similar to the Wine Heritage District. It sunsets in 5 years. So this would, if the members are not finding value, we have to kind of go through this process again, so to keep it going. So it's not, once it's done, it's, forever. You do have an opportunity to make changes to it if it's not working. However, none of the improvement districts that I'm aware of throughout the United States have ever not been re-upped after, because they find such a value in the marketing. I'm gonna let Tracy kind of go through and talk, and we can move through the slides a little bit here.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Crew and Supervisors. Tracy Berkner from Rest Hotel, Taste Restaurant, and co-founder of Amador Council of Tourism. As we mentioned, we did attend each of the incorporated cities' meetings. We are agendized to have the marketing district approved through them. So we'll make sure that we get the documentation from each of those cities that is missing, and we'll coordinate with Greg on that. But at those meetings, there were lots of thoughtful questions, but in the end, all of the city councils and the meetings that we attended, there was unanimous approval of the marketing district, and that we move forward and bring that to you. So they all see the benefit of that. And I'm sure that you know that there are some cities in Amador County whose funding solely almost solely relies upon the collection of TOT. And so it is important that to many of them that we do some investment to solidify and increase that TOT. And they're very supportive of that. The Amador County Tourism Marketing District is an assessment. It is a pass-through assessment. It would be 2%. There are probably a half dozen, if not more, lodging facilities that have been doing this as a voluntary assessment for, gosh, I've been doing it for 12 years, 14 years at least. And it is a separate line item up until this year when things changed with how you present your fees. It is a line item. It is explained to the guest if they want to know. It is legal that we have to have it on our websites and as part of the fee so that the guests know what the fees are that they're collecting or they're paying. This is very standard. If you've gone anywhere and stayed at a hotel and looked at your receipt when you've checked out, you'll see sometimes 5 or 6 line items, and those are all marketing district and fees. I bought socks in Fort Bragg last year, and I paid an additional 2% to a marketing district for those socks. So they're everywhere. In the 14 years that I have been doing this voluntarily, I've had one guest ask what it was and ask me to remove it, which I was happy to do because they didn't feel they wanted to pay for that. In larger cities, I've asked hotel employees and owners if they've had any rebuttal to any of their tourism marketing district fees, and they said very few because people just anticipate that that's what's happening. So we know that this is a successful method of funding, and we're confident that we can be successful in doing that. As you'll see the graph here, as Kathleen mentioned just a moment ago, this budget is something that we intend to adhere to and to use as much money as we can to create awareness and bring more people to Amador to stay the night. We've always said we like them to come spend their money, stay the night, and go home. And that's what we want them to do. We just want them to do it 7 days a week instead of 2 or 3 days a week. And so it's laying out there, and that is how we would spend. So 10% on admin, we'd always have 10% in reserves, and then the 3% for collections for HDL. And again, just going to the next slide, thank you. Again, just following up on what Kathleen had said, this would include all of Amador County incorporated and unincorporated. It's a 2% assessment pass-through. And we're in the plan. It does lay out how we would spend our money, and that is through marketing, education, and administration and reserves, mostly marketing, and improving what we offer here. Again, it's sunsets in 5 years, so we would need to go through this process again and make sure that it's working for everybody. And then again, to no burden to the county, we would contract with HDL to make sure that there is no additional burden upon the county. So again, Kathleen did address this, but this would be the Amador Council of Tourism would serve as the owners association, and we would have a board that 12 that would be comprised of 7 lodging members. So the lodging members would make sure that they, since they're putting in a majority of the funding, that they would definitely have a say in how that money is spent, because they are putting that in. And if anybody's ever been to our meetings and heard what we've done and listened to how we work together, it's really, we are open to hearing everybody's suggestions and acting in the best interest of the community and of the people that are paying into it. So we try to be fair and listen and hear everybody's input. So that will be the management of it. Do you want to talk about the benefits?
So, the benefits, kind of the whole reason we're here, is to have a guaranteed source of funding to be able to have a marketing plan that we can adhere to. For those of you that may or may not know, we had to let go of our executive director in October of 2023, and the Amador Council of Tourism has been a completely volunteer board since then. So because of that, we did that because we could not afford to maintain a salaried director and do all the marketing because of, the funds that we had, and it also wasn't always a guaranteed funding source. So this allows us to be self-sufficient. We know from the projections of what's been pulled from the past that we're gonna have, that's where we come up with that $200,000, to allow us to really be able to market efficiently and thoughtfully and get more midweek, which is what we're all needing, whether you have a restaurant, a boutique, or a short-term vacation stay. So by, investing in this, the whole goal is to raise room nights. And, no matter where you go, sadly, there's a lot of businesses that are closing in our amazing county. And we want to keep those businesses open. We want to have thoughtful tourism that comes to the county. And, we have been partnering with the Amador Wine Heritage District to, have as much of a presence as we can and utilize as much of our funding as we can. One of the things, and I had kind of spoke to Chairman Crew about this, is Visit Amador comes, usually in June and July, and asks for the TOT monies. That is still going to remain an ask. But we're not going to be asking for more because we're going to have this funding, but we still need those TOT monies that are coming in to help facilitate, because we're longing not to be a volunteer board and be able to hire some sort of administrative personnel, because the monies that come in through the marketing district are used for marketing. So they're not going to pay for someone's, unless it's like a social media or directly engaged in marketing. So that's why it's so important for Visit Amador to maintain and be the owners association and be able to still receive those TOT funds.
And everybody who comes to stay in Amador does not come and sit in their guest room, right? You don't go sit in your room when you rent it and go somewhere, right? So these people go out, they buy gas, they go to the grocery store, they shop at our locally owned stores, they go wine tasting, they visit our amazing and unique attractions. They get to explore what I call lovingly my favorite backyard. And so it is a benefit not only to those that are directly receiving the reservations and the guests staying here, but that trickles down to our entire county. And the goal is that, as a lodging owner, I see a lot of people on Friday and Saturday, and it's a little sparser Sunday through Thursday. And our county could be more prosperous if we were a 7-day-a-week economy. And I think that would be great to live here and have multiple places to choose from to go to dinner on Tuesday night. And so it would be, it's something that affects the rest of the county. And really, all along, we have always said that the rising tide raises all boats. And we want nothing more than the place that we call home to be successful and to see that all of our local neighbors and friends are successful as well.
So, so this is a really important slide. So in 2023, total visitor spending in Amador County was $151.6 million. So that's over 2,100 direct travel impact jobs, and $6 million to local tax revenue was generated. So the thing that's interesting is, that's amazing, but over the last 10 years, Amador County has lagged behind every other neighboring county in visitor spending and growing only by 16%. So most other, if you look at the Dean Running Report, which is where all of this information was taken from, they're at 57, 60, 90% growth, and we are holding at under 20%. And I'll let Laura kind of discuss more of that.
Hi, my name is Laura Welts. I am the Lodging Alliance Administrator for Visit Amador. I have been the kind of point person, TMD coordinator on this project. Essentially, so I think going down to kind of the second to last point here, the Gold Country region, which is part of how Visit California breaks up the regions for travel marketing. Amador County is part of the Gold Country region. Visitor spending over the last 10 years for the region as a whole has increased 99.3%. But between 2019 and 2023, Amador County's visitor spending declined 13.6%. There was a bump in 2021 and 2022, which almost every jurisdiction in California saw because of increased visitor spending in general. But the fact that Amador County has not returned to pre-COVID spending, that between 2019 and 2023, it's declined 13.6%, is kind of where the concern is. That most other jurisdictions have at least held to those 2019 numbers. So we haven't rebounded in a way. We're losing revenue, and that's why basically that's why we need marketing. So,
Well, question on that. Any idea why?
we do have, honestly, I think it's because we're woefully under-financed for marketing. So we have some information, I think, on another slide about what some of the other similar, and it might be the next slide, actually.
It is. So also to answer your question too, Brian, a lot of the other jurisdictions in the Gold Country, they have more funding, as you see here, but also they've had a lot of support. There are marketing districts, and there are associations that have been able to generate more funding and get out there and really get in front of the public. So
for instance, I think also maybe you need like a main attraction. A lot of times to draw. It's like I was talking to Supervisor Mandy out of Calaveras about their TOT, and I thought it'd be like maybe Bear Valley, big trees, yada, yada, yada. He says, no, Murphy's. And I remember Murphy's, probably 40 years ago, 35 years ago, we did some work for Couts out there, and he is doing this winery out there. And it was pretty, I think that's what really made Murphy's go, was that the Couts Ironstone Winery, the museum, the whole theater, their concerts. Because you go to Murphy's, that's where most of your TOT tax comes from, it sounds like, in Calaveras County. And so sometimes I think maybe if you have a particular draw that's big enough, I mean, Murphy's was like it was like Volcano. And once Couts moved in, it soon changed.
Well, and I think that we are very lucky, and I hear this all the time, that not only do we have some amazing wineries to go to that rival wineries worldwide, and the amount of awards that they receive is pretty incredible for the small amount of wineries that we have, but also our historical attractions. the Kennedy Mine, all volunteer run, and they have done amazing things, rebuilding the head frame and making interactive demonstrations in the change house, to the Knights Foundry with the pouring, and I think those attract all kinds of ages. I think that having the rail bikes here in Ione has been a huge attraction this last year. So many people have experienced those and are just excited just to come up and see that. We have live theater. We have 2 theater companies that have been around for a really long time. We have the El Dorado National Forest in our backyard, and we have the Black Chasm. And that's pretty amazing. If you haven't gone in it, you need to. And we have our one state park, the Indian Grinding Rock, that is the largest collection of Indian grinding rocks in the United States. So, Amador County has a real varied array of attractions, not just one. And that's what makes us really special, because we can appeal to not only families, but people that are looking to come out and do outdoor adventures. We can appeal to people who want to do some shopping. We can appeal to people who want to do wine tasting. So there's, we're not pigeonholed into just one thing. And we have a lot to offer everybody who comes to visit.
Tracy, maybe this question is for you more than nuts and bolts of what we're talking about. I've heard from several people, I've not seen the letter yet, that the wine district wants you to turn in your sales verified by a CPA what your sales were every quarter. But you said like you have it as line item, which would be just click, print out the tape, it's in your software, kind of the honor system.
Exactly. It's all, collecting TOTs on the honor system too.
Well, I realize. I'm just telling you, you keep bringing up the wine district. That seems to be a quirk that needs to be addressed for them. Not your issue, but.
Yeah, and that's, we don't need to address that today, but it is, in most of the property management software that are used in hotels and lodging, there are quick, easy reports to run. So it does make your accounting easy when you're using a standard modern property management system.
Not all people do, though.
No, not all people do. When I first started here and selling rooms in 1997 at the St. George Hotel, I had a little steno notebook, and each page was for each week, and I wrote down what our sales were, and then what taxes we collected, and that's how we did it when we first came here, because computers were just a new thing.
So I'd heard the same thing recently, what Supervisor Crew did, or Chairman Crew, as far as, the TOT, it's gonna be 4 times a year, and some of the smaller wineries or tasting rooms were having some heartburn.
And that's, there's always growing pains. But from those growing pains, those only last a short amount of time. It's like remodeling your house or doing a remodel. It's painful while it's happening, but in the end, you're really happy with the result.
Sometimes you get a slip disc in your back.
It's life.
Continue on.
So if you see the chart there, this is, again, the Dean Runyon report. This information comes from the Dean Runyon report, which is available through Visit California. And this shows the spending that we've had from 2013, but you can see how, into 2022, you can see how different the spending in our Gold Country neighbors are for tourism marketing, then and how it affects what the spending is in our community. And I truly believe in all the things that I was telling Brian about the about what we have to offer. I think if we can just get on a taller soapbox with a bigger bullhorn and let people know what's going on, we can really make an impact on these numbers.
Did you say you've been voluntarily collecting like a percent to put towards your marketing for 14 years, or?
Correct, 2%.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
I think that's the very last.
Yeah, which obviously we can't do today. But.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the big finish here.
Get to the FAQs, since you'll see that slide next time you see us. So we can leave that up for the folks in Zoom in the audience that have questions. But in a more long, drawn-out nutshell, that's kind of the nuts and bolts of what we're wanting and what we're wanting to proceed with. We have sent out to the lodging members that we have contact information for. I mailed out over 92 certified letters in November noticing people of this. It's also for anyone that would like to do some further reading of the plan. The MDP is available on our website. So if you go to visitamador.com, right on the homepage, you'll just scroll down and click that, and it has all of the information that we went over today. And you can access all of that directly for any nighttime reading that you guys would like to do. But we really hope that you see the value in what we're trying to do for ourselves and for the businesses and everyone within Amador County to have thoughtful marketing and get more tourism and heads in beds. So thank you very much for seeing us today, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you again.
All right.
Just a
President,
curiosity question. Do we, as your hotels, do we do a California tourism assessment also?
The California Tourism Assessment is only required on hotels with revenues over $1 million.
Okay.
So most of the hotels in Amador County probably don't reach that threshold.
Right. No, I was down at a CSAC meeting this last fall, and I pulled up the portfolio, just looking at it, and their transit occupancy tax is 17%, with a 0.195 for the California Tourism Association. So that was just kind of interesting.
Is there any chance this could be done without weighting people? So the wealthiest people are worth a lot, and then the poorest people are worth very little, and then their vote is worth very little when they go to select the board.
No, well, so.
There's no way to do it without weighting people.
Those are two different questions. The first question is the threshold for adopting the resolution. And no, that is laid out in the law. So the law, if I'm not incorrect, Greg, the law is what dictates that. Now, in terms of how the board is formed, that is not set in stone yet, and our initial conversations were not going to be weighted the way that the Wine Heritage District was. Our initial conversations amongst lodging members who weighed in on how they wanted to see this board comprised were that we would have a variety of sizes of properties, including short-term rental representation for the lodging partners, so that we were getting feedback from all the different sizes, and those are not weighted votes. The lodging partners, everybody would have the same voting power, but our bylaws will lay out that we have to have some variety of size of properties and location of properties, because we want all of the different areas of the county represented. And then our conversations have involved a lot of feedback that we still want to have representation from local government, so a rotating seat that would rotate every year from each city or the county. We want to have food and beverage representation. We want to have one of the major attractions like the Foundry or the Black Chasm. So because for tourism marketing, tourism marketing is best informed when you know the full context of like what's happening with all of the businesses that attract tourism. The marketing is what's going to be targeted specifically to benefit the lodging. So does that answer your question?
So you're weighted as far as whether you are mandated to participate, but once you are mandated to participate, your vote's worth the exact same as everyone else's.
If you're on the board.
If it's drawn up that way. Only if you're on the board, but not to select the board. That vote on how you get on the board is weighted as well.
No,
That's how the wineries.
yeah, we're not gonna do that way. Yeah.
No, you just have to have it, like even currently right now, our Lodging Alliance is primarily made up of hoteliers with 6 rooms or less. So, and the whole purpose of Visit Amador, Amador Council of Tourism, was started to do exactly what you're saying of rise the smaller individuals that have less income to put
live
in.
here.
And be able to help them market themselves because they don't have that budget. So our organization was founded on helping the mom and pops, the little guy, not giving in to somebody that already has, corporate backing or funding. And
Doesn't live here and is not raising their kids here.
Correct. So it's going to help, a majority of the individuals that are benefiting from this are people that live here, people that could never afford to market how we're marketing unless we were doing what we offer now and continue to push forward with this. So it's not to punish anybody, it's to raise everybody up and make this better for all of us.
I also want to say, from my experience working with the Visit Amador board and other boards tourism boards I've been involved with, very rarely do you have a surplus of people itching to get on the board. So, and there's usually term limits and people can serve for a number of years. So it gives an opportunity to anyone who really wants to be involved to probably be involved. We could make the board bigger, but we didn't, our conversations landing at 7 lodging partners was if we try to get to 13, 14 lodging partners, we'll never have enough and we'll never have a quorum to get anything done. So I think we're confident that there will be room for anyone who wants to be involved to be involved.
And we invite you to come to any of our meetings. They're on the second Tuesday of, our second Thursday of every month at the Hotel Sutter at 9 a.m. And
Yes,
you'll see how
so this
inclusive
Thursday
it
you
is.
can come.
Kathleen,
Yes.
just for historical, you started this with a vote. And you told me that there were over 50% were for it, which is the required. But we're having, the stumbling block right now is we're having trouble verifying those to make a resolution.
Correct.
Am I with you?
Yes, that's absolutely correct.
So you're still working on that. Like the letter from Sutter Creek doesn't mention who voted at all. And
So-
we've got to get that from them.
So yes, so Sutter Creek and Amador City and Plymouth have already provided you all of that information, correct?
We have all the TOT data we need, except for Jackson, and then the name of one of the Ione hotels.
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's where we're at right now. But we've been working a lot with Greg and Chuck, and Jackson is, doing what they can. It just, unfortunately, they weren't able to get it all to us before today. So, but we wanted to see you guys talk, have all of these questions and answers.
All right. Are we ready to hear what the public has? Questions?
I had a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Have you done any outreach to the tribes?
Yes. They are not legally required to take part in these assessment districts. And they both, the Rancheria and the Shenandoah Inn, which is going to be coming under tribal management, we believe in June, have both declined to participate, and we can't force them to. So they're not going to be subject to this assessment.
However, I would like to say that the Jackson Rancheria has always been so giving and really supporting in our efforts, and they have, they usually have their marketing director has been on our board, and where they can do donation or something like that, they have done that, but they like to remain neutral, and they do not do any TOTs to us. So.
But they are on your board.
Unfortunately, Laura is no longer at the casino, but until 3 months ago, they were on our board.
And in all likelihood, they will not be on the reconstituted board. The board will be reformatted once we actually get this passed. So unless they come on as an attraction or something else, they would not be able to be considered a lodging partner if they're not participating in the assessment.
Yeah, I think legally, if they're not participating, they probably couldn't be in the board, I think.
No, they could be part of a committee, or they could still attend the Visit Amador side of it, but.
Not as a voting lodging member.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, lots of information. I'm sure we're going to have some questions, so we'll take questions from the audience. Please step forward. Yeah, don't all rush at once. There's a brave soul. Good morning.
Not very. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I wanted to talk a little bit about the difference between...
Your name, please.
I'm sorry, Therese Sweet, and we have a one-bedroom short-term rental on our property in Plymouth. And we don't need any marketing, and we are doing the best ever. The transient occupancy tax benefits the guest. It's for the privilege of occupying any hotel. So the benefit is for the guest, not for the business. But the Streets and Highway Code is just the opposite. It is designed to benefit the business. It allows a tourism marketing district, various zones within the district, and then within the zones, it allows different categories of business. So Supervisor Carnell, you mentioned the weighting. Well, it's up to the Board of Supervisors to do the weighting because it's required to assess, if there is an assessment, to make it in direct proportion to the benefit received by the activity. So in our situation, not needing any marketing, it would be of zero benefit to us. The section, I've got the wrong glasses on, excuse me. Section 36628.5 of the Streets and Highway Code says that the board shall structure the assessments in whatever manner it determines corresponds with the distribution of benefits from the proposed activity. So the plan is based on geography, location, and boundaries. And all but one of the petitioners, maybe that's changed now, are located within cities with actual business districts, and county locations should not have city-level assessments. We are located in the RE district, solely county residential. Any lodging located in solely residential or agricultural zoning should be an exempt category according to section 36632, because there is a conclusive presumption of no benefit. All petitioners that I know of have 4 or more rooms, and that's why we were recommending that lodging with fewer than 4 rooms or gross annual room sales of less than $75,000 or similar should be exempt from any district. And we wonder if our one-bedroom rental on our property on a private road that's restricted to the public is even subject to the Streets and Highway Code. So the main point is the assessment has to fit the benefit. And you have the option of making within a district zones and within the zones categories of business. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Therese. Anyone else? Mr. Ford?
I've been up here a long time. I'm Austin Ford from Fiddletown, and nice to see you gentlemen this morning. So what am I doing here? I guess, whenever you hear about something like this, you learn in business when you're presenting something to someone, keep in mind that what's going through their heads is, we used to call it the WIFM question, what's in it for me, right? In this case, the district is being formed is designed to take money from me out of my revenues as an Airbnb in Fiddletown, right? Which has gone pretty well. Previous lady said we don't need any marketing. I think that's kind of true of us too, but you want to take our money. And I don't know exactly what little guys like us, get in return for that. I do know that there's been talk about this, and first of all, by the way, these are very competent people. They get up earlier, they're successful in their own right, God bless everything that they do. But the focus, though, would be more my question. I think, by the way, on the transient occupancy tax, no one comes to a lodging without having first paid the transient occupancy tax, which then is paid by Airbnb to the county. And then quarterly, we're sent a form. You got excellent people, by the way, we've dealt with, who are very understanding. One taught me how to use a spreadsheet, get it from Airbnb. It was terrific. But that is, we then verify that by confirming what Airbnb has already told them. It's a very simple process, very clean, tidy, no questions asked. It looks like this thing is a really good idea. Anytime you get a group of private businesses coming together, and maybe they're in similar sub-markets, right, to promote their segment of business, that's a good thing. That's the way it should work. That's what capitalism, is certainly all about. However, I listened to Mr. Eiley. I don't think I understood a word what he said about what he has to go through to make this come together. And I read the memo is what you called it? And it looks like the county establishes the district together with the people who want to form the district. And there's a comment in there that I just don't understand. The state has control in that the funds raised are returned to the private nonprofit corporation governing the district. Okay? Really? And then there's talk of a third party partner who would administer the collections. I don't know who that is, right? There's talk of then the county gets involved, right? And I'm not sure if this means all these monies eventually come to the county, but then the county gives it to a council, right? Which is tourism in this case. I've been a little bit a part of that in the past. I don't know too much about what they're doing right now, but my condition on all of this would be we agree on the marketing strategies, the distribution channels of communication that we're going to go through, and then if I'm the what do you call them, lodging partner, I'm going to make sure that that money that we've collected or somebody's collected goes to benefit my sub-industry, if you will, okay? And by the way, talking about, so what brings people here? So I am part of Kennedy Mine Foundry and the sawmill at the fair. The sawmill, we kind of languished along. People would come, they couldn't find it when they were at the fair. Huell-Hauser came by and published something on the golden fairs or whatever of Amador County. Oh my gosh, would you look at that? The following year, we had people from San Diego, from Orange County, from Santa Barbara, on, came to Amador County, right, to see the steam-powered sawmill. It was fantastic, standing room all over the place. That wasn't the tourism council of tourism, right? That was an individual, private kind of thing. With the foundry, I'm pretty active there. Meet everyone that comes the second Saturday of the month, and they come for all different reasons. Sometimes it's because they came to visit the gold country and Sutter Creek, and they saw this sign for this thing, and they came. Other times we're internationally known through the Mechanical Engineers Association, and they actually had a dedication there. The federal government has designated it as all those things, a California site and all that kind of thing. The Kennedy Mine, lots of people come here, for that. And I think the more the Kennedy Mine can present itself or tell its case, the more tourism is going to increase in Amador County, right? The only other thing I would add is what is the governance of this? I think Tracy and her friends did a pretty nice job talking about the formation of a board. Well, all I can see is if you're taking my money, how am I represented, right? And again, I just heard about this the other day, but the objective is to take money from all of us, right? And I'm not sure where that's going. I really don't know.
One thing I think I'd say, Austin, I don't know if so much taking money from the VRBO hotel, it'd be an additional charge on top of the stay.
Yes, I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. The point is there's this district that is forming that wants to use my money to help achieve its goals, right?
Yeah.
And yet I don't know anything about it, just hearing about it, so. Anyway, then this thing about the state's comments that's in that memo, what does that mean? Then what specifically is the county, your guys, role in all of this? Then the tourism council, the district role, and then whatever this third-party partner thing is. And I don't know where we stand economically. If I'm doing an ROI, I want to know where we're at in revenue, costing, expense, net today. I want to know what we're going to invest and what we expect the outcome to be, right? Whatever the return is going to be on that investment, right? And I know nothing about what's really, what we think can be achieved by this. Let's put it that way. Is that enough? You mentioned the COVID years. That was fascinating. That was, for us, that was the best year we've had in Airbnb because Amador offers the opportunity for city people to get out of the city, right? And they came here to get away and be able to watch the animals, the deer, sometimes bear and coyotes and turkeys and all those things, to be able to see stars at night, to breathe nice air, clean air, walk amongst the trees. That's what we have to offer. So I don't know how that links to promoting our specific place, but that's it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes.
Hi, Lisa Kosowski, Sutter Creek. I had no intention of coming up here and talking, but I own the Music Box Shop on Main Street in Sutter Creek, and been there 25 years. I don't have a marketing budget. I can kind of think about getting a social media person, but I do know that what the Amador Council of Tourism does helps me, helps all of us little guys that don't have a budget. And I would love to have Yule Hauser or someone like him, we can't have him anymore, drop into town all the time, and that would be great. What I think they can do, they can make those things happen. They can bring in those influencers and people like that to put us on the map. And pardon me, I don't like speaking in public, but just as a small business owner, I think what they're trying to do is amazing, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, lady, gentlemen. I'm Elisheva Gourarie, and I'm from the Ari Winery. I'm going to first talk about personally what I am experiencing at present. At present, and I have just resigned from the board due to I fulfilled my mission and I needed to wait a year to re-enter. Our businesses have gone down 50%. We are a desert right now. During the week, we are a desert. More and more wineries have been closing from Monday through Friday and are only opening for 2 or 3 days. What the tourism people are going to, we have been in concert with the Board of Tourism, and I want you to understand and hear what we have done together in concert. The ongoing and past co-marketing efforts have been digital advertising in 14 baggage claims, a screen located at the southwest section of the Sacramento International Airport, digital billboard advertising from Sacramento, Central Valley, and Bay Area, 30-second commercial spots on broadcast TV, CTV, OTT, 30 seconds advertisements on YouTube, SEM boosted advertising on Google, Yahoo, and Bing, social media, Facebook, Instagram boost paid in advertising, attracting social media influencers to promote Amador.
Could you pull that mic down a little bit, please? Yeah, so there you'll be in the record.
Thank you. Attracting 30-second commercials over 100 streaming audio stations, Bay Area Travel Show booth, Cal ASE Meeting Planner Trade Show booth, Capital Radio, Sacramento, Reno, Stockton, Butte, Contra Costa, and San Francisco Gates Story Studio Digital, the Mixed Radio Sacramento #1 station commercials, Fox 40 Studio Live segments. This is what we have done in concert with the Board of Tourism. I want to tell you my philosophy of a vital, thriving county is about coalitions, working together, and pollination of information and processes, and raising the funds to promote and actually accomplish what we pollinate and come together. And it's very, very important for us that this gets passed, because we are working in concert with the Board of Tourism. And right now, the winery owners, people that are working like us, moms and pops, we are exhausted. We're exhausted financially, we're exhausted physically, and we have to see a future. And the future will be when the assessments get done, because we can see a future. Personally, I have started assessing my clients. I stand in front of them, they look into my eyes, and I tell them what that 1% will do. And they are very happy to contribute that 1%. And they're invested. They feel invested when they give. So I urge all of you to think about it, weigh it, and what it means down trickling to all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Figured you wanted this back.
Yeah.
That'd be helpful.
Can I just add, my little business, we're in touch with wineries all over the state, in fact, all over the country, I guess a little bit. That business is hurting badly. They're down anywhere 15, 20, 25% from a few years ago. COVID kind of threw a monkey wrench in the works, but really people have shifted to consuming different beverages and have gotten away from wine. So my business has been down a whole lot. That's a challenge for Amador. I'm doing in my business what I do in order to tap in to the cash flow coming in through the wineries and the vineyards, right? And if that's not there, then I'm going to be in trouble too. So I think that's a bigger problem I wish we could consider, right? Thanks.
All right, awesome. Mr. Farrington?
Good morning, Chairman Crew. Glad to see you here.
Glad to be here.
And board members. Morning. I'm Rich Farrington from Pioneer. I'm not a business owner. I just have to drive our roads. I've been trying for 15 years to get a giant pothole patched that accesses our area where we live with something like 70 other residents. So the proponent says the goal of this program is to bring more people to the county. Well, okay, how are they going to get here? Well, I don't think they're going to come on airplanes. They're going to be driving. So the county proposed a sales tax last year, and it failed. They had a good justification. I think it showed, just round numbers, that we needed something like $4 million a year for road maintenance.
Additional.
Additional. Okay, so if the people are driving these roads, and many of the sites that were mentioned here are accessed by county and some city roads, are we just going to continue to let our roads go to pieces? The casinos are bringing people in, probably more than before they were here. Now we have a third one that's under construction that looks like it's coming pretty fast over in Plymouth. Can any of this money be used for road maintenance? I looked at the highway section 36610 under improvements, and they list parking, rehab of existing structures. So maybe this is a legal question.
It all depends on what's proposed in the district. They decide how it's been, not the county.
Right, so I'm saying they should be proposing some percentage. I'd like to see 20%, maybe 15% should go to road maintenance.
I'd say maybe in a way, Rich, in a roundabout way, probably some money may not go direct to roads, but goes to county budget out of TOT. Off the top of my head, if I had to say, I'd say probably 2/3 of TOT money goes in the county general fund. Would that say, is that about right, Chuck, would you say?
Maybe half.
Okay, half, okay.
So how much of that gets into road maintenance? Any?
It goes into the soup.
No, I was told that none of our property tax goes to road maintenance. Is that true?
It depends on which year. Some years the board adds to it, and some years gas tax is all that funds public works.
So it's not a consistent, reliable revenue stream, which bothers me. I wasn't sure that I could make this statement that none of our property taxes go to road maintenance. Some of my people I've mentioned it to were like, really? What are we paying for? What are we getting? Anyway, this just seems just another, I don't know whether you should call it a giveaway or not. If this additional people, and I support the businesses, and I understand the need for that, but we got to look at the costs that are generated for it. And this needs to be in the plan, some provision for road maintenance. Like I said, I'd like to see 20%, but I would agree to 15% of it would go to road maintenance, and we need to start building that steady, reliable revenue stream so that we can drive our roads after they, anyway, thank you.
Just real quick, Rich, let me clarify that. We do $820,000 every year we pay towards out of property taxes to roads.
Oh, we pay it out of general fund.
That comes out of the general fund, which is
Not specifically property.
Not specifically property taxes. It's correct. So just wanted to, and that is reliable every year mandated by law.
But property taxes go in the general fund, so just how you cut the cookie.
But it's also, as I talked about last night, is that, Upper Ridge Road, the initial design concept was going to cost $4 million for that road, and we have $2.3 million set aside for it. So there's the road costs have greatly increased.
Right.
So that's the real problem as we're dealing with all this is how do we keep going? And that's the reason the county asked for this before. Even what we asked for, the 0.75% sales tax, was not going to cover to get us ahead. That was just going to keep our nose above water.
Well, I got my fingers crossed. Someday the county will find some more money for road maintenance.
We're always looking.
Every year.
Understand?
Consistent, yes. All right, anyone else? Oh.
Sherry Curtis.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Haven't met you yet. I'm from Pioneer, up in the country where we have lots of fires. But anyway, what I'm asking about today is for you to consider how everybody is under a bad economy. I'm on a fixed income, retired. We also are saying, ooh, it hurts. The best thing you could do, I think, would be all these agencies, the Chamber, the Business Council, the Tourism Council, is get to the state and tell them to reduce the gas tax and the price of gasoline. That is really what's harming you, besides the fact that since marijuana was legalized, a lot of younger ones now prefer to use that for their recreation. So I don't know how, in your right minds, that you can ask homeowners to keep subsidizing businesses. About $180,000 last year was given to these promotion groups for business, and now they're coming back asking for more money. I always thought private enterprise was to be private-run businesses supported by their own associations, and the public purpose for the public taxes was to go to public services. Somehow we're blending and putting a responsibility on government to support private businesses. And that, to me, is called fascism. So we want to go down the slope next year. Will you be coming back and asking for the restaurants to be able to put a special tax for restaurants? We've started by opening the door, and I don't think it's going to help if the groups that are promoting Amador County can't get together and share with what they've already gotten from the government, and all they do is want more and more. Well, I pay for my roads. I'm on a private road because the county wouldn't take care of the roads. And we do have more traffic when the electric cars start coming up with the increase. They're pretty heavy. They hurt the roads. That there is no reason that you could not take part of the TOT tax and guarantee a funding source to go to roads. I know it's not going to be always enough. No one thing is ever enough. But you start adding one source at a time. But anyway, I was also concerned about the fact that the Tourism Council is accepting petitions without addresses on it. And Erica Street Inn, I have no idea who that is, where it is. There is no information in the packet about the amount of the 50% needed. There's no way to verify who spends or what the costs are from each of the hotels and bed and breakfast places. There's no information. We're just taking it on what they say we're going to try to do. And we don't have the information available. We don't have a plan how they're going to function. It's like, we'll pass it and then we'll find out what it's going to do. Before you start this, I think you should have all the information to make sure you know which way you're going. And the people will know. Nobody knew about this very much. It wasn't in the newspapers either. So I would say that petition disqualifies. I don't know how much they earn, but somehow you're doing things without having all the proper information. I just think you're kind of shooting yourselves in the foot. We don't have enough money for roads as it is. We spent over $180,000 last year, and now people are coming out of COVID. Let's give it a chance to see what already has been spent to produce more before you start indebting more people. Because a lot of the families that live here, the homeowners, they have their parents come and stay in the hotels if they don't have enough room. So it's not always outside people who are not interested in Amador County. The fact that the county is doing this, the law, first of all, the law was brought in because redevelopment was kind of shut down because the state couldn't afford to bail them out anymore, pay for the schools. So it's a new way to tap into government monies to try to go towards private business. But our county is using our attorney, our other people in the county to benefit the cities. Now, I think it's up to the cities, since the law was designed, when you read the law, it always says city, city, city. It was designed to have cities, downtown business corridors, or any business corridor. It was written to help them tax themselves to do a better job downtown and bring people there. Well, unfortunately, we're doing it all for them. And I think, and you're taking the risk, because if they ever decide to change to have bonds sold, if ever happen, and what's happened in many cities before, bonds have defaulted, then it comes back to the one who initiated it, which would be us, the county. We don't know what they're going to want in the future. We don't know how they're going to guide themselves even. So I just think it's an open-ended thing right now that you should just wait until you have more information. You can't do it by law now. You don't have the information. And the fact that the code 366, it was that talked about the residential properties. How do you reconcile that with the plan existing, that residential properties are not supposed to be assessed, nor agriculture properties, anything in agriculture? So how do you propose that complies with this plan, with the law, those sections that Mrs. Sweet talked about? This is not good wisdom. It's not good government. I know the businesses are hurting, but I'll tell you, your senior citizens are hurting too. And we really would like to support them, but when you flood areas with too much of one kind of business, somebody's going to go bankrupt. I've watched for years those redevelopment agencies bringing in one shopping center, and in one city they'll get 2 or 3, and I, as a person going to spend money, can only have so much to spend at one shopping center. I can't go to all of them. So please reconsider and don't get us involved again in supporting business with our tax dollars that should go to public services, and especially our roads. we're looking hard for it, Jeff, trying to find any extra money to divert, not to add to the problem by increasing our traffic. So thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
My name is Sandy Anderson. I'm the mysterious Eureka Street Inn.
Yeah, I thought that might be.
I don't have any one point to make. I just would like to address kind of in a shotgun manner some of the things that have been said. First of all, the money that's gone to the Tourism Council comes from TOT money. Several years ago, we agreed to support an increase in TOTs, the Tourism Council, and we were the people who went out and worked for that increase. So that was the agreement that we had with the supervisors. So I just want to point out to the audience too that we have been very responsible in terms of supporting the TOT income. I think that's really an important thing to point out. Also, it's very interesting when people say, I have one room and I don't need any marketing. I only have 3 rooms at my inn, and I've been doing it for 25 years, and I know that there always comes a time when you need some marketing. You're doing well, and then all of a sudden you're not. Marketing is not something that we should have to prove has its importance. Marketing is absolutely critical to keep our TOTs up, to increase the TOTs, and it's important to point out to the audience that this is not money separate from money that's raised by tourism. This is all raised by tourism, and we appreciate everything that you've done in supporting that. But I think it's very important to point out that marketing money benefits all of us, and we need to be able to compete with the other counties. The other thing about having one thing, Mr. Oneto, to promote, we really have good things to promote here, really good. Murphy's is very different than it used to be. It's almost all wine tasting now. We have a lot of really good things that have already been listed here, and it's pretty exciting to promote all of those things. I want to tell you one story, and then I'm going to leave. I live in Sutter Creek. My inn is in Sutter Creek. I was walking on a very cold day down to the coffee place, and there was a couple sitting out in front, and I said, "Oh my goodness, it's freezing here. Why are you sitting out in front?" And they said, "Oh, we're from Denmark. We think this is great." So I said to them, "How did you hear about us?" And they said, "Well, we came for a conference that's in Sacramento, and we saw the advertisement on the luggage rack thing. And that's an advertisement that we did. They ended up staying here 3 days. They never would have known about us without that." And the last thing, I do have one last thing, and that is when people say, we need to prove how you're spending this money. You need to prove how you're spending this money. I think over the years, we should be very proud of what the Amador Council of Tourism has done to promote. We have a good track record, and particularly in the last 2 years when we've done it on a purely volunteer basis. We've had really good advertising and marketing, and you've all had reports of that. You know about that. But I don't think there's anything left to be proven by the Council of Tourism. I think we've done that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Patel?
Mr. Crew and everyone else, good morning.
Good morning.
I am a hotel owner, not only one, but quite a few. To name Holiday Inn Express Jackson, Kyoto Inn in Sutter Creek, and the Linda Vista Motel. A few years back, I was not in favor of this tourism district tax. But Thank you. But I really support, and I heard when I talked to Tracy and other people at the tourism, that the money that we are going to collect is going to be judged or distributed and approved by the lodging partners, not just by putting on all the money, 70% on the administrative and 20% on marketing. But it's now in the opposite way, that it is going to be used for the marketing, and marketing is very, very important. I've been in the business for more than 25 years, and I live in the Bay Area, but I come every week. I did not hear about it till I did the investment in this county. And what, I travel also, I see whether I go internationally, whether I go to New Orleans or whether I go to New York, there is always a tourism tax on top of a TOT. TOT money is used by city and the county for the local infrastructure, marketing, and other stuff. But marketing is very, very important because nobody knows about you unless you give some exposure for the attraction that we have in our county. In Bay Area, I talk to so many people, they have not heard about the Amador County. They always talk about Napa, okay? Going to Napa, Sonoma, and all that. When I travel, I take Amador County wine to different countries, and I give them as a gift. And they have never heard about it, and they like the wine. And so it is very important. I'm doing it as a very small marketing my way, but I also like Amador County wine. And they have not heard about it because they only heard about Napa. People come here, I have brought them here. This friend of mine is coming next month to visit me, but I'm bringing him to Amador County to see that. My sister-in-law, she has wrote in our own language for the India, few articles about Sutter Creek. And, that brings people exposure. And when you expose people for the attraction, winery, or any events that is happening, they will not know unless you market. So it is very important, and I really support this. I just also want to clarify for the audiences, I heard that there's a misconception about it is a burden on business. It is not burden on business. It is a transient tax. So this marketing also tax will be collected from the guests who are visiting, and the specific purpose of usage is for the market and expose our county. That benefits not only the hotels, and some people already mentioned, when they are staying in the hotel, they are not just coming and staying at the hotel. Other local businesses do get supported. They go to the restaurant, they go for the shopping, they go visit the local attraction. So I support this particular tourism marketing district tax. And I hope that you all know, and approve this. Thank you.
Jewel,
Yeah.
I remember we talked about this back when it was 4 or 5 years ago.
More than that, yeah.
And you said to me that one reason you opposed it is because most of your business is referrals because you're part of a chain.
Yes.
So now you see value in this in addition, because that probably hasn't changed, has it?
No, it has not changed, but I do get an exposure. Somebody said that we only have a 1 room or 5 rooms. They also get benefit of it, but when there's a competition, I think so it's a good thing. They try to compare that, okay, what I'm getting it at the chain and what I'm getting at the local small businesses. But they do the marketing for us. but they are not marketing the local attraction. We have to put our attraction onto our page, but that is digital marketing. But on top of it, some franchises, they don't allow to put all the local attraction because they don't have the rotating calendar of the events that is happening locally. So that needs to happen through the different marketing strategy. And now with the social media, I think so this tourism marketing can do that. And I don't have to wait for the franchise to do that, but I can support the local tourism district people that, okay, you do that, so that way it benefits me also. Because it's not, because I still cannot, I have a restriction, limitation from the franchise that I can only advertise so much. But they don't have the events calendar. They don't have local attraction calendar. Because sometimes, like we have the car show in a downtown Jackson, and I cannot put it as somewhere, anywhere on the site. I can put down the National Hotel or otherwise Black Chasm or the Big Will, but I cannot put down that what are the events or the Foundry when they are open. They don't know, or like local people or like people who are visiting us, they don't know anything like that because they don't provide us any way to attract or like a link with other businesses. So
Okay.
that's the thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Hi. Kirsten Maki. I'm a resident here in Sutter Creek. I'm also on the board for Visit Amador. I don't have a business in town, but I feel very strongly that we should approve this program, and I wanted to just address a couple things that people have brought up. Number one, the taxes that we're talking about are not for residents. They are not for the businesses. It's a pass-through tax for people that are guests at our lodging establishments. So I just wanted to talk about that. Also, by promoting Amador County, we are bringing tourism to the county, and it's not only providing additional taxes for our county and for our roads, as Brian had mentioned earlier, which I voted for that, by the way, Brian, even though it didn't pass. So that is a benefit to us for the board or the county to use those funds as they see fit. In addition, it provides jobs for people in our county. It also ensures the stability of the amenities that we have in our county because, there are a lot of businesses that are struggling, and I think that by bringing in people from outside the county to visit, they're spending money when they're here, and as somebody mentioned, I'd be curious what the average spend is, but it's definitely, if they're coming to stay, or even just for the day, they're going to multiple destinations and spending money at the wineries or at the restaurants or at our local sites that we have, and that kind of thing, and so I think it benefits the entire community. I wanted to just mention that with this new board, lodging board, that there is transparency that's required by California state law. It's not going to be a black box where we don't know where the money's going or how things are being handled. The board meetings, I'm sure, will be open as they are for Visit Amador. Anybody can come. Somebody had mentioned that they didn't know about this, but all of the information, both for Visit Amador and for this new lodging fee is all on the Visit Amador website, so I encourage those that don't know about this or wanted more information to go there. In addition, the board meetings are open and very transparent every Thursday at 9 a.m. at Hotel Sutter, so please come. You don't have to be a board member. You can just be from the community or anyone, and we would encourage you to join. The board from Visit Amador had to let go, as they mentioned, of their executive director in the end of, I guess, 2023. I work in the nonprofit industry. They are doing all of this on their own time, and they are struggling to keep this going, and it's for the benefit not just of their businesses but for the entire community. So I just really applaud them for sticking it out and going through all of the hoops to make this happen. It's really sort of a tribute to their dedication, not only to the county but for all of the businesses and all of the people who live here. People that don't know, there's a lot of people that don't know about Amador County and what we have to offer. As mentioned, we don't just have wineries, we have businesses, we have sites. I know Night Foundry is really doing a wonderful job of doing restoration. They're now open 2 Saturdays a month. It is a fantastic facility, and they have gotten a lot of benefit from the promotion that comes from Visit Amador on a very shoestring budget. And that's just one example of, the benefit that this can bring to not just Night Foundry, but to all of the different businesses and sites that we have in the county. And then I just wanted to say that tourism, it's the lowest impact way to generate business sales and help strengthen our economy. So it's not just for the businesses, it's for the people that live here too. So I really encourage all of you to approve this. I am in support of this. I don't have any personal gain to support this, but I think it's really important for a sustainable, vibrant community for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Amanda Reese. I live in Plymouth. I work at a larger winery in Plymouth. I'm also associated with Baker Street West Theater Group. I didn't plan on coming up, but I feel compelled to. So this pass-through tax is really just going to help tourism in general. I'm not from this area, but I have family from this area, and there's a lot to do. As a younger person, wine is still very prominent. We're not just switching to one thing or the other. We're doing it all. So there's really a demographic that also needs to be hit to come to this region. This is a pass-through to South Lake Tahoe. A lot of people from Nevada come to this area to visit, and people don't know about this area. They don't even know about some of the prominent wineries in this region, and they're finding that out for the first time. I speak with a lot of people from outside of the area, whether it be California or other regions in the United States or the world, and they're thrilled with what they're finding here. We have a lot of history, which is very interesting to people like myself and so many different generations. We have fun things like wine, but we have family-friendly activities. We have some of the largest local events that happen in the little towns and cities all around Amador that once people know about them, they come to them every year, and they make it a point to include that in their schedule. So there's huge opportunity for growth, and I think this will help people all over find us, get some commercials. We see commercials for Santa Cruz all the time, so why can't we also have that benefit of reaching people who may not know about us? We're struggling, as we saw in the numbers, and I think after COVID, yes, there are some things that happen, but there's just an opportunity for growth, and there's a lot of people we can reach. We're not losing people, we're gaining so many people, and I think this is a great opportunity to just share with people what we have to offer, and who knows, the people we might attract might have the funds to help us out in other ways too. So you never know, you never want to cut someone off from joining something. We just should include everyone and see how we can help each other out. Thank you.
All right.
Good morning. My name is Michael McCarty. I'm a resident of Sutter Creek. I grew up in this county my whole life. So it's my understanding, does any of this money come out of the general fund, what they're proposing? So they're proposing an opportunity to take people who are staying in our communities at hotels
a little bit of a tax and utilizing that money to market to make our pot bigger. Is that what I'm, is that?
Doesn't go to the general fund.
It doesn't go to the general fund, but what I'm saying by the pot bigger, they're using that money so they don't have to take from the county to create advertisements to bring more people to our county. Is that correct? Is that what they're trying to do? Okay, so I'm trying to find the downside. What's the downside? So we're not cutting the pie into smaller pieces. We're trying to get the pie bigger.
I would say that the one downside that may be out there is it's going by a weighted vote, and there may be people out there that don't want to be included that will be included.
Okay.
That's the heartburn I'd have.
So, so a weighted vote, so people who may not want to, but it's not even coming out of their pockets, it's coming out of their patrons' pockets. Is that's what they're trying to assess, correct?
Yes and no. I mean, maybe a person might want to charge more for a room. The market only bears so much, and you say, okay, we got 2% coming from a tax. Maybe I can't raise my room rates because people won't come. So there's that too.
Well, that's speculation.
Just being
right.
Not saying
That's
vote for or
a
against it,
fair
just putting it-
speculation, and
put it
I
on the table.
understand that. I think the idea is that we have a group of business owners, which I am a business owner here in Jackson. This wouldn't help me at all because I'm in the insurance industry, and that's all going to hell. But I don't see the harm in trying to make the pie bigger, because when people do come here or they hear about us, we have a wonderful community. In my opinion, I think Sutter Creek is the biggest gem in California, and I think the whole world needs to know about it personally. I think we got our own little hallmark town. I like the idea of trying to make the pie bigger for everybody, because when they do visit here, they stay here, they spend their dollars here, which then in turn trickles into the general fund, which can go to roads that can, the idea is sitting around and doing nothing is not going to do anything. We already know that will work. You do nothing and you'll get nothing. But to come up with decent ideas to try to help our communities out, businesses, or and then by going through businesses, our tax dollars can help out the community as a whole. And so I don't know. I'm trying to understand the downside of it. I think it was at 2% is what they said, 2%. So you throw that on their bill, bam, 2%. I go to San Francisco all the time, and I spend like $70 extra in fees just to stay there. And then I get my car broken into. So, I think we have a gem here.
That's a bonus.
You're right, yeah.
The windows all the time.
That's
Not to be that place.
Exactly, and then it costs me more after I leave. Anyway,
trying not
I
to be
think it's
that.
a great idea. I think that if we could find ways to bring more people to our community to see how wonderful it is and have them pay for it, I think that's a great idea. Anyway, just sharing my 2 cents.
Thank you.
You.
You've been sneaking up from the back of the crowd.
Waiting patiently. Wait my turn. So, thank you, Mr. Chair and supervisors. My name is Sandra Oberly, and I'm here on behalf of the California Hotel and Lodging Association to speak in support of the proposed tourism marketing district for Amador County. My association represents the interests of California's 6,000 plus hotel owners and operators. And over the course of that representation, we have seen the impact a well-organized tourism marketing district can have in the local community. TMDs are voluntarily established and represent a stable funding source for hospitality and tourism promotion. They offer a unique way to establish a coordinated approach to the promotion of tourism. This approach is led by members of the community with a vested interest in the preservation of local values for the benefit of the local community. Within the community, TMDs mean more than just bringing in new travel dollars. They represent an opportunity to shape and manage the growth without damaging the local character of your towns. They lead to job creation and overall economic expansion. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for your consideration of the establishment of the Amador County Tourism Marketing District.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Collins. I live in Jackson, and I'm the general manager of Hotel Sutter in Sutter Creek. We frequently have, we have 21 rooms and a restaurant, 2 bars and a banquet room. We frequently have potential tourists and guests call to ask what is open on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. Many times it's very limited, and they will end up still visiting, but it's on a weekend. And like you know, our weekends are very busy, and it keeps us afloat. But midweek, even in Sutter Creek, it is a ghost town, and we would love to have traffic just a little bit more spread out throughout the week. If businesses were open more midweek, they would visit more midweek. The other point is, what I really wanted to address was when Mr. Carnell brought up just the impact our businesses have on our community and our families and our children. I'm a former children's ministry director from Calvary Chapel, and it's just really beautiful. I'm very invested in the community, and so 7 years ago, there was kids that were in our programs and our vacation Bible schools and Sunday schools, and now they've grown up to, they're in high school, and our establishment employs 53 employees, and many of them are our kids, Amador High, my son, first jobs, and they're saving for cars. It's really a village, and I just wanted to show you the impact our businesses by employing locals, and we have single moms. We have, it's just a beautiful way, a village, and we start them out in the dish pit, and they learn how to wash dishes, and then it's just a beautiful, beautiful thing to help raise the kids. Like I said, they get their first paycheck, and they're saving for cars, and they come with attitudes, and sometimes they're breaking up with their girlfriends, and I'm just saying it's a beautiful way that these merchants and these businesses employ our families and our kids. And when you brought that up, it kind of struck me like, yeah, that's a whole nother point of our businesses flourishing. I don't want to send this little busser home, I have to pay for 2 hours, but there's not enough business in the dining room. And they call and say, Becky, is there any, do you need any, can I wash the windows? They're looking for hours, they need the money, and that's all I wanted to say is it's a beautiful way that our businesses contribute to our village. Thank you. I hope we can move forward with this.
Anyone else? Make sure we get everybody first. Any Zoomers?
Got one coming here.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm in a new means of transportation, and I'm not a great driver. I'm Susan Manning, and I'm with APAL Humane Society and Tri-County Wildlife Care, formerly from the feed barn, and I have to say, these folks are amazing. They volunteer so many hours. I hope you'll support them. It's not just wineries and restaurants, but they brought dollars and clients into our store, and supporting them is a good business decision because when our businesses thrive, our county thrives. Our county makes more money when our businesses make more money. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, we do have someone on Zoom.
Okay, let's get the Zoomers.
Go ahead, Ms. Ferrante, whenever you're ready.
Hi, yes. My name is Chris Ferrante, and I own the Inn at 161 in Sutter Creek. And I'm a 35-year veteran of the hotel industry. I've owned and operated hotels in many counties in the state of California, including, obviously, Amador County. And I have to say, in every county, we have a TMD district. And because I've been in the industry so long, I've actually helped tourism boards like Amador County create these districts. And so I'm a huge proponent of these districts because I've seen them work firsthand. I have to say, in many ways, Amador County is, 10 and 15 years behind the times. And as illustrated in the data that the ladies presented and provided earlier, everyone in California, every county is increasing in their tourism numbers except Amador County. And I have to say, the proof's in the pudding. We know these districts work because every county that I've been involved in, and there have been many, have re-upped and re-continued these districts after they have expired in 5 or 7 years, depending on their district plan. They wouldn't continue to create and honor these districts if they weren't working. So the proof is there. It's the way that these hotels are being marketed in the state of California. And we have to remember, when the hotels do better, obviously, as mentioned by some of the speakers, the restaurants do better, the gas stations, the grocery stores, the retail stores, and that trickles down. But what you don't want to forget is the more occupancy we get, the more TOT dollars you get. Then the TOT goes into the general fund, so you can do what you want to do with those dollars. If it's roads or if the county has other needs, it's up to your discretion. So by voting no on this, you're basically saying, we don't want any more TOT funds. And we all know that's certainly not the case. My second point is we have to remember the goal. The goal is to add money to supplement what the county is already giving to Amador County Tourism Board. Because it's not enough. The funding you give is frankly not enough to support the county and market the county in a proper way. So the funds that the hotels raise through this TMD would supplement what you're already giving the marketing district out of the TOT that we collect, by the way, to get us to a budget level that is respectful and that we can do something with and really bring some people into our community. And my third and last point is I just have to say, regarding the Airbnbs and the people that may only have one room that are not particularly interested or they don't have a need for the benefit, the benefit is still there. They still receive the benefit, even if they feel they do not have the need for the benefit. I can tell you, I've owned the hotel in Cedar Creek since early 2021, and 2021 and 22 were great years, but 23 and 24 were not so great. We're running 45% occupancy. As I said, I've been doing this 35 years, never have run only 45% occupancy. And it's because of the lack of marketing. So going back to the Airbnbs, they're not held at the same level of accountability as hotels are. And until they are, I don't honestly think their opinion should have any say. They do not have to be ADA compliant. They do not have fire inspections. They do not need and have to pay for health permits. They generally don't have employees. They don't pay payroll tax. They don't pay workers' comp insurance, so on and so forth. Hoteliers that are running a legitimate business pay all those and much more. So we need occupancy just to cover our fixed costs, let alone maybe put a little bit of money in our pocket at the end of the day. We desperately need Sunday through Thursday business, and this is a way to get it. So I encourage you to please vote yes on this district, and let's bring some more people into the county so everybody could succeed. Thank you so much.
Right.
Well, when you say everybody, do you include the small operations too? Because I thought you said they didn't have a say.
I'm sorry, do I include what?
Well, you want everybody to succeed. Are you including the small operations? Because I thought you said they don't have a say.
I would love everybody to succeed. And if the Airbnbs do not want or need more business, then they don't have to take the reservation. They can pass it on to me, and I'll take it all day long.
You're shooting the hell out of your argument right now, by the way. You're doing pretty good for a while, but you need to stop while you're kind of maybe ahead. Sorry, that's how I feel.
All right. Another Zoomer? No. Anyone else want to speak who hasn't spoken before?
Mr. Chairman, we do have another Zoom now.
Okay. Sherry, you'll get your chance. I want to give everybody one chance first.
Go ahead, Beth, when you're ready.
Thank you. And I'm going to be really, really quick. It probably seems unlikely to hear from the food bank with regard to TOT funding or the hospitality industry. But last year, I had the rare opportunity to host the California Association of Food Banks in Amador County. And it was a really big deal, because they don't often acknowledge the small, rural, and remote counties. And they did acknowledge us, and they came here for 3 days. And they met, and we had our big board meeting here and our board retreat. And I was lucky enough to have Tracy Berkner host at her hotel and her restaurant, and they stayed and they loved it, and they were so impressed with the county, and they didn't think that the county really existed, and if it did, that it didn't really matter. And as you guys know, I've been fighting and fighting and fighting for produce and for better things for us and for our people, because we don't have enough of them. They don't seem to matter on the big scale of things. And I got, really quickly, I got a note from Los Angeles, CEO in Los Angeles, and just the gist of it says, I always enjoy our time together as a board, but this was so super special. It was your pride in your county comes through all the time, but seeing it firsthand was nothing like I've ever seen before. It widened our eyes and it opened us up. It's a beautiful place. Thank you for sharing what you have. So I would say whatever you can do to help them or support them, please do it. And with that, I'm going to go because I know you guys are busy. So thank you for letting me have a minute.
All right. Anyone else?
Sorry, my raised hand is not working. This is Allie Ward. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you all. I know there's been a lot of conversation so far this morning, so appreciate you hearing all the arguments. My name is Allie. I'm the owner of the Hanford House and Element, and I also want to express my strong support for the TMD. Again, this has been said, but I want to say it again because there seems to be a lot of confusion. This is a pass-through, and this is a tax that hoteliers and those who have signed the petition in favor of are willing to collect because they know that the impact that it can make on their businesses, and pay the extra, resources to make sure that we collect it so that it can be something that's beneficial for the entire destination. I have over 20 years of experience in running luxury boutique independent hotels on the West Coast, and I've witnessed firsthand how incredible these types of programs can be to drive tourism to the area, which directly affects and trickles down to the rest of the remaining economy, resulting in sustainable jobs for the locals in the area. So again, I think it's really important that we all take strong consideration, and I just wanted to take a moment and introduce myself and express my support. Finally, just to underscore everything Chris said, by increasing visitation and increasing occupancy, it increases the TOT, which increases the general fund. Why wouldn't we consider that? So, thank you.
All right. Anyone else, Jennifer?
Not at this time.
Anyone else who wants to speak who hasn't spoken before? Sherry?
Thank you for giving me a chance to respond. The gentlemen that didn't think there's any downside costs to do this, I would like to ask how much its county has spent, how much it will cost them to hold the public meetings, the public hearings, and the amount of time the attorney has done on behalf of cities. It's like everybody is looking for the golden egg to help improve themselves. I understand that, but this is things that came on the fiscal analysis that was handed to you this morning had no downsides. But I see the traffic and maintenance and wear and tear on the roads as one. Number two, we also have life safety. The police and fire costs will go up because increased traffic usually means increased accidents. And unfortunately, I never heard back from you about how Section 36632 in the law says that you can't assess on residential and agriculture properties, how this corresponds or correlates to your plan. I'd like Greg to say, how can we, in light of that?
So, yes, there is there's a statute. I'll find it.
36632.
I know, I just want to, I know what number it is. I just got to get to the page. Thank you. It's, it says properties zoned solely for residential use or that are zoned for agricultural use are conclusively presumed not to benefit from improvements and services funded through the assessments and should not be subject to an assessment pursuant to this part. So I've looked at that, it's been raised already, and I don't think it applies because this is not an assessment on property, it's an assessment on a business. So when this law was passed originally, it was only, you could only assess properties. So it would be added, whatever the assessment was, it would be added to your property tax. And this language was in there, that properties zoned residential and agricultural are presumed not to benefit. Then in 1994, something like that, the act was amended to add the ability to assess businesses directly. There's no exemption for businesses based on the zoning that the business happens to be in. So that's my opinion. This is not a property assessment, this is a business assessment, and there's no exemption.
I understand, but it's dealing with location and zoning. So anyway, I just would ask you guys to consider, you've already given lots of money over the years, and I've increased that. Since COVID has now wound down, let's see what those monies and funds can do. Most of our country was built on the associations of these organizations. We have a lot of good help here. We have a lot of smart people, and they've run their businesses. They know what they need, but it's always been private associations. And since redevelopment quit, they've gone back to the government again looking for more handouts. And somehow it's been propagated on government to create jobs, government to do this, government to do that for private business. We've got to just say, wait a minute. You know, I could come here and say, I would like help on my private road tax. You know, I need help paying that. Can I come to you to do that as a business Now, I'm not a business. I'm a property owner. I'm residential. I cannot write off my costs on my taxes like a business can. Their fixed costs can be written off. But residential people don't have that ability. So please weigh it all carefully. I don't think you have all the assessments, pro and con. There was no con. So thank you.
All right.
Hi, Laura Waltz again with Visit Amador. I wanted to sort of speak to the issue of the short-term rentals and give you guys a little bit more context. What Greg has said is also what our interpretation was based on talking to Civitas, who we hired to draft the documents for this plan. This is what they do. They draft, help pass, and develop these districts all over the state and country. So just a few examples, because I know the short-term rental issue has come up a few times, of jurisdictions that do include short-term rentals: Big Bear Lake, Bishop, Feather River, Humboldt County, Lake County, Lodi, Madera, Mammoth, North Lake Tahoe, Olympic Valley, Alpine Meadows, Palm Springs, Siskiyou County, and Truckee. So that would tell us that this law is interpreted in the way that Greg is interpreting it. Additionally, I know you guys did get a letter that pointed out the Santa Cruz plan. I know, because I served on that board of directors for 6 years, that Santa Cruz deliberately made an administrative choice, not a legal choice. They do include short-term rentals that are managed by professional management companies. So they have several professional management companies that manage vacation rentals. But because Santa Cruz is a much larger county than Amador is, they deliberately decided that they didn't want to have to administer collecting all those fees. The county actually collects fees for them. So they kind of made the decision that they didn't want to deal with the individual owners, and those owners don't get any benefit, whereas the management companies are listed on the website, included in the television marketing, included in the online marketing. And then the last piece I wanted to point out is we appreciate all of the time that we know this is taking Greg and Chuck. Part of why we included in this plan to have an outside source collect the fees was not to make it a burden on the county or on more public funds to do that. We have also paid from our funds to have all of the resolutions drafted, all of the notices drafted, to try to limit the amount of staff time that it was going to take the county to do this. So not only is this a private assessment, not pulling from public funds once it's approved, we've really tried to limit the burden on the county in trying to get this passed. Thank you.
Just a quick second here. You said something kind of caught my attention. You're saying one of the counties or one of the indies was exempting some of the lodging partners that didn't have professional management type operations.
Yes.
One problem I see here, possibly the mom and pop that maybe they're not signing, and if they're signing the VRBO or like some of those vacation rental by owner, some of those websites, I think it all goes through there, so it could probably, the 2% can be pulled out of there. But if somebody just renting rooms, they're not signed up with any of the online websites, maybe they're just doing it on a personal basis, I can see it might be a burden to them. And maybe there's a way you could exempt them. I would like that.
So I think the issue of exemptions, to our mind when we drafted this, was an issue of fairness.
I'm trying to be fair, because some people are much more sophisticated. For them, they're going to hit a couple buttons and there's the information.
Right.
Some people may be like Tracy was when she said years ago she did it manually on a little book. Mm-hmm. That would be a burden on them. Well, she's saying nope, I think it would.
I do think there is a way that HDL is going to be, they'll be sending out information to owners of how they're going to be collecting. They're going to be collecting quarterly. It's not going to be something they have to do every month. The Visit Amador can be really involved if we need to be in making sure that people understand when they're going to have to pay, how they're going to have to pay. We heard Sandy talk a little bit ago. She has a bed and breakfast, but it's only 3 rooms. It's not any larger than a lot of Airbnbs are. And so I understand your point, but I think that that's going to be more of a burden based on the individual and less on the size of the business. And I don't know how it's fair to say because you keep your books on paper, you're exempt, whereas somebody that uses a computer is not. And it's also going to be really hard to actually implement that and distinguish. Does that make sense?
I'm talking like small units.
But Sandy's got a bed and breakfast that's only 3 units, and if it's a bed and breakfast versus a house that has 3 bedrooms, they're no difference in size. We have a lot of very small bed and breakfasts and properties in this county. There are very, very few very large hotels. So even the bed and breakfasts that we have on board, the small hotels we have on board, I think Chris's is 10 rooms, 11 rooms, Allie's place is, I think, 11 rooms. I think if they're able to manage it, somebody with, a 3-bedroom house, or in some cases, some of the short-term vacation rentals own multiple properties.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I think you'd find most of them probably either do like Airbnb or vacation rental by owner. They probably utilize those sites. And for them doing that, I don't see it would be a real big deal for them to be on board with this.
Okay. I guess I'm confused as to how it would.
Because it goes to those management companies, they have the numbers probably all computerized, they can pull it out pretty easily.
I just think from an issue of fairness, there is no way to distinguish other than people saying, this is a burden on me, and then quite frankly, how do you do this at all? The type of business is what we are proposing is the method of determining who pays. And I will say, everybody that's being assessed is somebody who currently pays TOT, so they already are having to do those calculations. Any other questions?
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
One more question for you. What's the cap on the weight?
I'm sorry, the cap on
Is there a cap, or is it?
No, the cap is weighted according to the percentage of revenue or percentage of TOT that they.
There's no cap. So
No.
Mr. Singh, who spoke earlier, if you get him and 2 other people, it doesn't matter what the other 200 said as far as entering this, or?
No, I mean, nobody has quite that many properties. We are still having to build a coalition of properties in order to pass this.
So California state law allows you to weight people, but it doesn't require that you do, correct?
It requires you to weight people.
It requires
Yes.
it.
Whether it's the petitions in support or the votes in opposition, they're all weighted. And there is a cap, but I don't know that it is going to come into play here. If there's any one business that is, I think it's either 40% or over 40%, then they're not counted. But I don't think that there's anyone that gets to that level.
But that's just for the initial creation of the district. After that operation, they can go however they want to do it.
Any other questions?
In setting up the board, you mean even.
And we honestly, I think as the bylaws get built, we welcome feedback from the public on how that's done. The reason we didn't build the bylaws into the plan is because if the board structure into the plan is if you have to change the board structure for some reason, say you cannot get enough hotel or property owners to be a part of the board, and we need to shrink the size of the voting board in order to actually be able to do anything, you would have to amend the entire plan if it's in the plan, whereas how we've currently written it is it refers to it will be composed of a majority of lodging partners, and that we will be establishing the specific structure in the bylaws.
You were saying there's an area that exempted some of like the smaller operations or something. What was that? Was that a city or
So Santa
county?
Cruz County I know you guys got a letter about it, which is why I wanted to address it. And that it's not that wasn't a legal decision. That was an administrative decision.
Yeah.
And that was back I think they passed their first plan in 2011. And that was back before the county and the cities had, very good tracking for the short-term vacation
You're
rentals.
referencing the Therese Sweet letter?
Yeah. And so I was just trying to clarify, that was an administrative choice by the tourism marketing district and the formation. So there's nothing about that example that precludes us from including short-term.
Oh, I understand that, yeah.
Yeah, that was really kind of more my point with that.
But you could exclude them also.
I mean, we could, but they're going to benefit just as much as
I just wanna
hotels are
make
from this,
sure
yeah.
We still have a choice.
Yes.
Thank
But then they will not be included in any of the marketing, any of the,
I get all that.
so. All right, thank you.
All right.
Therese Sweet, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, Ms. Walsh claimed that Santa Cruz did not make a legal decision. Then why did they state all the statutes in their ordinance? Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Any other Zoomers?
No, not at this time.
Seeing none, hearing none, we'll bring it back to the board. This was a discussion item only ended up to today, correct?
You can give direction if you want. That it's not no action.
You can't take action to approve the resolution of intent. If there's some other direction the board wants to provide, then that would be okay. We need the Jackson data, which I think there's a path to getting it, but it'll just take a meeting or two.
Pleasure of the board.
I guess maybe we should have a clarification question, but at some point, all the people that are paying TOT tax, so they have a facility, would be notified, basically, this is coming at them. And that's when you'd hear from, because a lot of people don't know what's going on right now.
If you adopt the resolution of intent, every business that we know of that would be in the district would get a notice of the public meeting and the public hearing.
Because, it's like...
It wouldn't be an endorsement, it's just to get the ball rolling.
Basically,
The resolution of intent just sort of starts the process, yeah.
To get the question actually answered.
And I'm okay with that, personally.
Supervisors?
Yeah.
Was that a motion, Brian?
Yeah,
We're not doing a
you
motion.
can't do that today.
Okay.
Because we don't have you have to to pass that resolution, you have to make that finding that you have the weighted votes
So
in
we're
support
back
over
for
50.
Jackson.
We need the Jackson data, and then you can take that action.
So do we need to continue this to another meeting or just close it and
Just
re-agendize it?
Yeah, it'll just come back.
Re-agendize it.
All right. I guess we're finished with that item, huh? All right, thank you for all the information today. That might be a new record for 4A, 2.5 hours.
Yeah, that's a long one.
And you not needing a pit stop.
Yeah. All right, 4B, do we need a break or are we going to continue on and get through this?
Hey, you're the chair.
I'm good.
You're the chair.
We'll go then. 4B, Amador County Transportation Commission, discussion and possible action relative to appointment of a public member at large for the subject commission. The appointment will be a 4-year term expiring on February 11th, 2028. The following applicants will be considered: Mr. John Plaz and Mr. James Wiscarson. I see Mr. Plaz in the audience. Is Mr. Wiscarson here? All right, and we have letters from both applications, I mean. Mr. Plaz, would you like to speak to the?
Doesn't look like it.
I figured your legs might need a little stretching after.
John Plass, and as far as anything to say about this, I think I said it all in my application, which I take it is in front of you. I've become proficient at doing this particular job, having done it for so long, and I'm willing to continue to do it. Yeah. Pleasure of the board.
Thank you. Mr. Wiscarson on Zoom, maybe?
I don't see him, no.
You know, I'll say this. I worked with John on this board and the ACTC board, and John is good on finances. He's good in personnel. I think he's probably driven every road in this county, or at least most of them. He's done a very good job, and I'd make a motion to reappoint him.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to apply Mr. John Plaz as the Amador County Transportation Commission Director at large, or member at large. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 401. Thank you. 4B1 is the addendum that we approved at the start of the meeting. This is a question from APAL Humane Society for discussion and possible action relative to a request for funding in the amount of $25,000 to provide low-cost spay and neuter for Amador County residents' cats. Susan.
Easier when there are fewer people.
So last year for APAL was a banner year. We took in 893 cats, which is crazy. We try to get cats in immediately without a waiting list, because if you have one cat, it can have 3 litters a year, 6 to 8 kittens, and by the time you're halfway through the year, their kittens are having more kittens. Our biggest challenge has been feral cats and stray cats in the public, and so that's why we took in so many cats and kittens. APAL has been in existence since 1975, or 50 years now, and each year we spend about $400,000 on Amador County animals. So those are primarily donated dollars or grants that we work hard to get, and about half of our budget is spent on spay-neuter. I can't even imagine what the county would look like if we didn't have APAL doing all of these spay-neuters. The numbers are pretty staggering, really. I included a flyer that shows that we are charging the public $40. If you have been to a veterinarian lately, you know the costs are very high, and people can spend hundreds of dollars trying to spay and neuter a stray cat that wandered up, a feral mom that had kittens in their garage. These are people who take in the free cats rather than adopting one that has had all of the services. So we feel that they should have some skin in the game and that they should pay something, but we're trying to make it reasonable to get them to do the right thing. We have 4 $40 spay neuters set up, and would like your support to do quite a few more to try to reduce this number of cats. I would say our number of cats has tripled since COVID. And the other issue, I think, is that I think the cities are not getting served by the county animal services anymore, and the police are trying to do what they can, but it's just not happening for services for the animals and the residents. I don't know if any of you were at the meeting in Jackson, but it was horrible to watch that the residents were so angry at the police and at animal services because I don't think they understand why animal control is no longer helping the cities. And we're struggling as well. People will call and say, hey, a cat's been hit in Jackson, can you please help us? And we say, call animal control. And we get a call back, well, animal control doesn't serve Jackson. So we're told to call the police. Well, nobody's responding, and this person's standing there waiting while a cat is dying. So we end up responding and taking the cat. So APAL's really trying to step up in a difficult time, but I think there are many issues, including COVID, where everything was shut down for a couple of years in terms of spay neuter, that we're trying to make up for now.
Okay. Any questions from the supervisors?
Well, my statement
Go ahead.
was, we constantly go back to Measure Q as far as roads, and the county got slapped. We got slapped hard. And to the fact that we have, and I hate to we use this word, pet projects, that each of the supervisors, because I've always, loved the fact that we've given APAL money to assist and everything else, but we have to figure out some ways to find some more money for roads. And that's been my, portion of this is how do I find that money? Do I want to close our, animal control was a thing. That's the reason animal control doesn't do Jackson anymore.
But did any more money come? Did anybody sign up?
No.
Yeah.
But that's the problem with dealing with all of this. How do we figure out this puzzle, as we're trying to go along with this? And that's what we're trying to deal with. And we're trying to, work along this. Yeah, none of the cities signed up. And so to a point, the county said, that's kind of your problem now. And that's where you're getting your frustration. You're getting the end of the stick.
Right.
And I apologize for that.
Well, it's not us, it's actually the residents and the animals who are getting the end of the stick.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes when we consider changes, APAL had been considered when Pat Blacklock was here, and even most of the time with John Hopkins, APAL would be pulled into those types of decisions, and we weren't. And so it's frustrating, I think, more for the residents and for the animals that don't get the service. We had historically done the services throughout the county, and people expected that. That's our county. I don't know if we're patterning ourselves with other counties, but we're better than that. If we could provide the services before with the funds and the staffing that we had, then why can't we provide those services now?
I think Jeff was kind of telling you the problem. We got a road issue, and you know what? There's a lot of things out there, Susan, that hey, you want to help. Maybe it's things you personally like as a supervisor. But also going, well, we also got roads that are really having a lot of issues, and I think what we're looking at is we just say, okay, maybe I like this particular program, but it's not something that's critical.
Right.
And so, well, if we cut that some, and we cut this some, and we cut this some, and some a little bit here and there, we can get some money, more money going to our roads, which is probably one of our, it's one of our basic jobs of a supervisor. I mean, the county, it's, and people say roads are not public safety, but in my mind, as fast as people drive anymore, roads are right up there with all the rest of public safety.
Absolutely. I don't disagree. but if you've got the same staff and the same funding and you're taking in fewer animals, is it time to maybe trim someplace else?
We're trying to trim everywhere. That's the thing is
We're not picking on you.
No, and I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, if you're taking in fewer animals, do you need the same staff and the same budget?
You know,
that
as
you
far as
had
I tell
before?
from animal control, they're not taking in fewer animals because they're in the same
They
boat.
are.
They're in the same boat as you are, so we're still having to pay for that service for that operation. You know, so we're still doing that portion of it, you know, and I've put it out on social media, how many kittens we had sitting over at animal control, you know, no, I get the whole problem is but it's still the management, where do we go with this? You know, and everybody always says, well, you need to cut services. Well, where do we cut them? Who do I turn off? That is, because we run with a standard budget, I mean, a balanced budget each year. You know, as we're trying to operate, you know, we're trying to find the extra funds to go with that. We look for grants, you know. Later on in this meeting, we'll have somebody dealing with grants, you know, and everything else. So we're trying to find them, but somewhere we also need to cut. And that's...
It's not going to be fun, it's not going to be popular. That's something we need to do.
What I'm saying is, maybe the county needs to cut as well, because you are taking in fewer animals. I gave you statistics. You are taking in fewer animals.
Okay, I don't have the statistics out of animal control, but I do know I've walked over there numerous times to see all their cages full.
I'm giving you their statistics.
Right.
I will say this too, Susan. Sometimes to turn, doesn't matter how many people are in this building, you still got to turn the lights on.
I get it.
In this room.
Yep.
And that's a little bit with animal control too, to have a functional operation. You got to have so many people there, so many hours. I'm not saying we won't look at it, but
Chuck, how is the negotiations with the city of Jackson? Are they nowhere?
None of them are interested in paying for, they can't afford it. And that's what I've said since we started talking about this. They can't afford to pay for the animal control services. When we start talking about other counties, there are no other counties of 40,000 people that have 5 cities in them. And the cities, that's our problem. And we aren't funded to do animal control for the entire county. We don't get a fair share from them in terms of property taxes. They pay nothing, but they have administrations that they have to keep up, and it comes out of our share. So that animal control is not overstaffed. I don't believe they are. We cut them hard back in the early 2010s, and they've never recovered. It's a tough job. That's it. So anyway, your question, we're not making any progress with any of the cities.
And that's unfortunate. It would be great if you could. But what I'm saying is, we're really stepping up and taking in a lot of cats, and the shelter is taking fewer cats. You might think that we don't have a cat problem, but we have a cat problem.
No,
And we're going to do everything we can, but there's only so much that we can do as well.
I'm not dismissing or denigrating the work that you do. You do a lot of good work. We're just looking at the money we have, money needed for roads, and I think everybody's going to get. I don't think you're going to get wiped out, but I think you'll probably lose a fair chunk of the funding, is my guess, when this vote's taken. Maybe not. That's up to the board. And there's probably going to be some other groups out there that are, and maybe even. We're looking at things pretty hard because our roads they're in bad shape. And I think we're hitting a point, it's going to start going pretty fast. I think the board is aware of that, and that's what we're looking at.
That is one question. The funding that we have for this fiscal year is how much?
15,000, and that's
so that's what you've already, which you haven't, applied for or requested yet. So this money that you were talking about is for, per se, next year, or is that in?
No, we're asking for $25,000 in
Instead of
total.
15?
Not in addition,
total.
but $25,000 in total. just specifically to be able to offer low-cost spay-neuter to Amador County residents. Basically, we take in the $40 and we pay the $120 reduced rate or whatever the veterinarian charges us to get the animals fixed.
So that's 10 and more than we have budgeted.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And it's 120, you said, for to have it done?
For a female, and then if the female's in heat or if the female has babies, it's somewhere between $80 and $120 our cost. To the public, it starts at $350. That's our problem, is that we have people who are hurting financially and they take in these animals and we're trying to make it affordable for them to get the animals fixed. Because it, you know, if you've got 2 or 3 cats that wandered up and your heart's big and you want to take this cat in and then they start multiplying, it's not a good thing.
Well, yeah, historically, you only did shelter animals only, and then that bumped. How much your numbers changed when you did just the shelter animals to now taking any animals?
We would take about 500 animals from the animal shelter every year. So we'd take 65% or more, and we did not, and still would prefer not to take from the public. We would love to just draw from the shelter. But the shelter stopped giving us a lot of cats in the last few years. And so historically, it would be about 500 shelter cats that we would take.
So yeah, 356 and 551 then would be the numbers? Okay.
356 at the shelter, and ours was 662. So normally it would be about 500 cats total that we would take from the animal shelter. And we took ourselves 662, and they took 356.
Okay, so 356 in 2024 and 551 in 2023, so you're
Yes.
probably talking an average of 450?
Well, that's what the shelter took, 551.
Yes,
We took,
983 in 2024.
right, but I gave you only the cats that the shelter took, 356. We took in probably 600. We've been trending upwards ever since COVID. And so what we're trying to do is get the shelter, if somebody calls and they have to put them on a waiting list, we say, refer them to APAL if they're not spayed or neutered, because we're not going to make them wait. Because when they wait, then we have kittens. And so, you know, we're not trying to overburden ourselves, but we're also trying to make sure that all the animals don't multiply out of control and that we can get back down. Because in the 80s, we were taking in thousands of animals at the shelter. And through our work and the shelter's work, we've been able to get that number dramatically down. And now it's going back up again, so.
Susan, the people who pay the $40, you
Yes.
said there's 600 of them that basically you serviced?
There are over 600.
Well, just for round figures, I'm talking.
I'd have to do the math, but yeah, there's hundreds of people that would avail themselves. We fill them as quickly as we can get the vets to agree to do them.
I'm talking more a numbers game of dollar-wise.
Okay.
So they're at 120, you get a discount from 350 to 120.
Yes, yes,
And then they only pay 40.
yes.
What if they paid 60?
If they paid.
That'd be half and half, that seems fair.
But there's a, you know, there's a fine line there on, you know.
I do.
Can you make it $99? Can you make it $50? What are they going to be willing to pay? And people know that $40 is a great deal. I don't know if we could incentivize that many people. And the feral cats are all free. You know, if it's in a trap and it's feral, it's free. We pay the whole thing for that. But we're trying to get the tame cats that people have taken in and
My point being that the people who love these cats and can't use, should help share in their final solution.
Yep. Well, what we're finding is they're bringing us 2 or 3. So if we bumped it up to 60, it might be a hardship. I don't know where the magic number is, you know, if I did,
Might be
I'd
good
be
to
the
find out.
richest
You can always drop back.
retailer. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we could try it. Absolutely.
As more of a long,
Yeah.
maybe a long-term answer, if this uptick still keeps coming, you know, then you'll be here for 35, and then it's just gonna be, they
my
have to
goal-
participate too.
My goal, Pat, was to work myself out of a job.
I know
And
that.
I haven't succeeded.
Never will.
Yeah, no, cats are way too
You're
good.
gonna have to just quit. All right, but that was just wondered about
Yep,
that.
yep,
So
that's
it's
a
been
good
$40
suggestion.
for a long time, huh?
No, we just started this program last year.
Oh, okay.
We have not had free or low-cost clinics anywhere here. We've referred people over to Diamond Springs, where they have a clinic that just does low cost. That would be a dream come true if we could actually have low cost and have a veterinarian who only did that for dogs and cats. The minute we started putting this out for cats, people started asking us for dogs. So, and I know Evan was very successful last year in getting a lot of dogs spayed and neutered for, I think, $80. So, there's a need out there.
Hey, free programs almost never go away.
Yes, yes,
They just get bigger.
yeah.
So we've just started this and we've just begun charging $40.
Yes, yes. People would otherwise have to pay starting $350. Now,
$60 is a deal for them.
So
Still, that's what,
yeah,
we never had cats in my life. My daughter started bringing them home from Fresno, and now my wife has cat socks and cat sweaters and cat ornaments on the tree. If it was $20 more, she'd pay it.
yeah.
I think we should at least test the limits of where we're at before we ask other people to pay $25,000 more.
I'm not asking for 25,000 more. I'm
Oh,
asking for
sorry,
10.
10,000 more.
That's okay, yeah. And understand that we're already paying $160,000. APAL is paying $160,000 a year to spay and neuter Amador County animals.
yeah, I realize.
Yeah,
Giving Tuesday, the animals are the biggest draw.
Oh, my gosh. You can make us an enemy more, you know, the county won't give me anything. Please give.
No, we're not enemies, we're partners.
You put a sign up, you know, this poor cat, you know. And
Any public comment on this issue?
Sherry Curtis from Pioneer. Here again, the real issue is letting the cities take care of what they should take care of. We can't be their big daddy forever and ever. Let them raise taxes in their cities to pay for it. The reason they don't have the money, because they don't want to raise taxes and have people get mad at them. Nobody wants to be having people mad at you. The issue, it's not that she's not doing a good job with what she has. That is. The issue is you guys are letting the cities get away with not having to pay for their animal control. Thank you.
Well, we can't force them, but we don't have to, we don't service them now.
Well,
But they're back.
as I've seen here, we service them a lot and a lot of issues, so.
Any Zoomers?
No, not at this time.
Okay.
well, I'd make a motion that we fund them in the amount of $5,000. Sorry, Susan. That's my motion.
5,000 additional.
No, 5,000, period. So cut it 10,000. I'm looking at roads.
I'll second.
You're saying reduce it?
Yes.
So we'll give them 5,000 rather than 15.
Okay.
Out of this year's budget, is budgeted for?
Yes.
We are, okay. I couldn't vote for that. Now, if you didn't want to give them any more than the 15 they got in the budget, I might support that. I would give them the 10 if they'd agree to raise it to $60 and be a little more self-sufficient. That's what I was trying to get to.
25?
Total. Everybody's got some culpability in this. Because you don't know whether those are city cats or county cats, right? Yeah, that's what I mean. You don't interview them, do you?
Little caps. City cat. No, that's a city cat. Try petting it, you'll find out. No,
So a modification of the budget would require 4/5 vote.
How about this then?
Okay, hold on.
How about maybe we'll leave it at 15,000, but the next year's budget, I'd like to look at it very hard.
Fair enough. We're looking at everybody's, so that's.
So you're amending your motion?
Yep.
I'll second.
Okay, so that motion is not to give them the 10 extra, just give them.
Correct.
Correct.
All right, let's call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. Motion carries 4-1. Logan, did we get a vote, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 4-1.
Yeah.
All right. Got on the wrong page here. 4C, Behavioral Health Update on Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program. Resolution authorizing the application and adopting the FILA plan review and a resolution. Welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. My name is Melissa Cilio. I am your Behavioral Health Non-Clinical Program Coordinator. Our Director, Melissa Cranfield, could not be here today. She's out of town at a DHCS summit. We are also joined by Housing Tools' Sherry Morgado, who will be providing today's presentation as we move forward requesting the resolution for our PLHA plan. She will be providing an overview and also details as to the program and the mechanics in applying. We have two activities that are associated today that you'll be hearing about, one of which is funding allocation 55% towards supported services reserve for our Danco project residents in supportive, permanent supportive housing. And then the state now requires that 40% of the PLHA funds now go towards homeowner preservation, workforce development projects. And so we've teamed up with Social Services, who is putting forth in the plan a project that will support mobile home housing rehabilitation through a program that will be administered by them. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Sherry Morgado, who's been patiently waiting. Thank you, Sherry.
Yes, good morning. I guess I should say good afternoon to the members of the board and your citizens. I am on Zoom here. You can hear my voice.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Sherry Morgado with Housing Tools. We're a housing and community development consulting firm, and we've been working with Amador County Behavioral Health since 2019 on your permanent supportive housing planning and work that you're doing with Danco. So as Melissa said, today we're going to be talking about the permanent local housing allocation and the county's application for this funding source. Next slide, please. So I wanted to give you a brief program overview where this funding comes from. So this is funding from the state of California, and this was established by SB 2 back in 2017. And the money comes from fees that are collected from real estate transaction recordings throughout the state of California. So the state established an additional $75 fee on all real estate transactions. And when the recording happens and that fee is collected, it goes into a statewide pot, and then it is allocated to local jurisdictions, and that's counties and incorporated cities, after the funds are collected on an annual basis. So because it's based on real estate transactions, the funding is variable, right? It fluctuates with the real estate market. So there's two types of allocations, formula funds, which is what we're really talking about today. And as I said, this is available to all of the counties in California and the incorporated cities and towns. It's provided in 5-year cycles. And Amador County's first 5-year cycle was estimated to be a little over $805,000, just based upon the state's estimates at the time that they put PLHA into place. I am going to tell you later in this presentation that you're actually applying for 3 years of funds and not 5 years of funds, and I'll tell you the reason for that. And then there's also a competitive allocation, and this is available to small counties and cities, and these are specific to a particular project that you might apply for. And although those are available on an annual basis, what we're talking about today are the formula funds. So the target population to be served by PLHA is first and foremost households that earn 60% of area median income or less, including those who are currently homeless. In addition to that, PLHA includes a provision to serve higher income households up to 120% of area median income, and those are mostly focused on home ownership programs. Next slide, please. So the application requirements. We have to complete these state templates, which detail which eligible activities you're selecting by year and by the percentage of funding that's going to be allocated. As Melissa mentioned, when the state put out its 2024 NOFA, or Notice of Funding Allocation, something that they required was that new applicants, and Amador County in this case is a new applicant, would be that you allocate a minimum of 40% of your funds to affordable ownership workforce housing programs. And the reason for that is that the state statute actually called for a minimum of 20% of funds to be designated this way statewide over the 5-year period. And what they found after several years into the funding cycles is that many jurisdictions were not selecting these types of programs. And so in order to catch up with that 20% statutory requirement, they basically levied this new 40% requirement. We also have to include a description of your activities, how they're going to assist those that are part of the target income group, how they're consistent with your housing element programs. We have a certification about the PLHA guidelines, and then you're required to adopt an authorizing resolution. So I wanted to mention the threshold requirements to apply and receive the funds. This is a currently certified housing element, and that you are current on the filing of your housing element annual progress report. And I know, as your board is aware, you received your certified housing element in the latter part of 2024, after I know many years of work. And so the county was not able to apply for PLHA until you had received that certified housing element. So that's why the application is coming forward now. Next slide, please. So the application timeline and the funding amounts. So the state has issued a Notice of Funding Availability, or a NOFA, every year. They issued the most recent one in October of 2024. And the good news is that now that you meet the threshold requirements, Amador County can apply for its 2021, 2022, and 2023 allocations. The 2024 allocations won't be available until later this year. They're 1 year basically behind the calendar year. So in order to not lose its 2021 allocation, the county must apply by February 28th of this year. That is a statutory deadline. It's not something that can be changed. When the state legislature adopted SB2, they put in some deadlines that HCD has to adhere to. So as I mentioned, the deadlines to apply for your 2019 and 2020 allocations passed. And you weren't able to apply because you didn't have, at that time when those deadlines happened, you didn't have a certified housing element. So unfortunately, those funds did revert back to the state, but you do have 3 years you can apply for now. And of course, because this funding is provided in 5-year cycles, actually later this year, you'll be able to do a new full 5-year plan and access the next 5 years. So the amounts that are in this proposed plan and application, you can see them listed here by the year. And again, you'll notice that there has been a decrease over time from 2021 to 2023 in the amount that is being provided to the county simply because of the changes in the real estate market in California. We just had a decrease in sales statewide, and that resulted in a decrease in the revenue. But the total plan for PLHA for this 3 years totals $501,136. So there's 10 categories of eligible uses of formula funds in PLHA, and they focus broadly on affordable and workforce housing, as well as services to people who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness. And a jurisdiction can pick from these 10 categories. So your county behavioral health staff and social services staff have conferred, and they are recommending applying for funding for 2 activities under PLHA. The first one is what's listed as Activity 5 in the statute. This is Supportive Services Reserve for Permanent Supportive Housing. And Activity 2, Home Ownership Preservation through a Mobile Home Housing Rehabilitation Program. And as we mentioned, this is now, in this application, a 40% requirement under home ownership, some type of a home ownership type of program. So behavioral health recommends using 55% of your PLHA funds for those 3 years to address the needs of those in the county with incomes of 60% AMI or less. And the selected activity would be capitalized reserves for services connected to the creation of new permanent supportive housing. So I know that the board is aware that you have been, your county staff and the board have been working with Danco on a permanent supportive housing and affordable housing project in Sutter Creek, which is currently in the final stages of completing its financing package. It's very close to being done. So these funds then would be able to be used to create a dedicated reserve fund that is interest bearing. And once the funds are received from the state, the county would deposit those in your own dedicated reserve fund. And then the county can draw them out of this account when it's needed to pay for the county's commitment of the supportive services costs that are associated with that permanent supportive housing. So the way I like to explain it is it's basically a savings account that you get to set up for yourself so that when your staff are providing those wraparound supportive services to tenants at the permanent supportive housing, you have a way to pay for that staff and for those costs. And because PLHA is going to be an ongoing program, as I mentioned, there's going to be another 5-year cycle starting soon. If you choose to, you can keep putting money into this account so that you have a way to pay for those services. Next slide. And then your social services department recommends that you allocate the required 40% of your formula funds to address homeownership needs of those in the county. And this could go up to, as I mentioned, households that have 120% AMI or less income. And the selected activity would be a housing rehabilitation program offered to mobile homeowners. So the idea would be that the county social services staff would work with qualified homeowners to offer this program. The anticipated repairs would include things such as roof repair and replacement, heating and air system repair and replacement, plumbing repairs, and window replacements. And the idea is to basically help people stay in their homes that are affordable to them right now.
You know, one question
is our firm has completed the plan and application forms in the accompanying materials, and those would be uploaded to the state's application portal by the county staff. It's proposed that your behavioral health staff will be assigned to the administrative duties that are entailed in administering the formula funds. Assistance can be provided through our consulting firm as needed. And the county can retain 5% of its formula allocation for administrative costs. This is allowed by PLHA. And we have reflected this in the plan and application that the county is opting to do that. So once the state approves the plan and application, they would provide the county with a standard agreement. And then subsequent actions that would need to be taken is once the state provides that standard agreement, then the County Board of Supervisors we'll be required to pass another resolution. It would be separate from the resolution you have before you today. And this would actually set up the dedicated interest-bearing reserve fund for your supportive services. And then once you've done that, then the state would release the funds to the county. In terms of your housing rehabilitation program, the county is going to also need to develop policies and procedures for the operation of that program and have those approved by state HCD. So the recommendations before you today is that the board hold a public hearing on this item, receive any public comment on the proposed PLHA plan and application, and then after that public hearing, that you approve the attached resolution with the accompanying PLHA plan and application, and that you authorize the county administrative officer or their designee to execute the PLHA program and submit the PLHA plan and application to the State Department of Housing and Community Development, along with all of the required supporting documentation. And that is the conclusion of my presentation, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Supervisor Oneto, you had one?
Yeah, I just had one. You're talking about using like 55% of the funds would be going into like for the behavioral health as far as reserves for like doing the services, and other 40% would be going into like retrofitting mobile homes and stuff like that. And I guess in the additional 5% is what you're talking about going into administration for like behavioral health or whatever?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and that would give you the total for the 100%.
Yeah, I was wondering about where the 5% was. I thought, well, it must be administration that you mentioned, so, okay.
Yeah, the way the state has its template set up, we indicated that the that the county is going to reserve that 5% for administration, and then basically the other 95% goes to the activities.
And I had a question like, somewhere like the services that will be provided, what type of services are those?
So those are clinical and case management services for the 35 residents. Those will be wraparound services, so they'll be individualized depending on their needs, but they will be behavioral health services, and then anything that's included in their plan tied to goals around employment, anything else regarding basic needs, they'll receive the support through case management, and then clinical assistance through therapy and med management.
What was that last on the clinical?
Clinical therapy and or medication management.
Okay.
Any other questions?
What would the process, say you want to rehab a home, the process is application through behavioral health and that's where it moves forward, or do you approach them or do they approach you?
So regarding the
mobile home
the
repair.
mobile homes, that'll be administered by social services, and I think once the application gets approved, then social services would be working with us to develop their own policies and procedures about how that will be administered.
Very good, thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Declare a public hearing.
Yeah, we're going to do a public hearing. The agenda didn't say that, but it was advertised.
It was published in the paper.
It was in the paper, published in the paper.
Oh, so this is a public hearing?
Yes.
This is the public hearing, so you will now open the public hearing, take any comment.
Okay, I thought maybe we were going to set one at a future date, so this is it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, at this time, we'll open the public hearing on this PHLA project. We had a presentation, so call for public comment. Any public comment on this?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, we had a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0, and we're back to the supervisors.
Yeah, there's a resolution. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I put out a motion to resolution authorizing the application and adoption of the PLHA plan.
Second.
All right, we had a motion by Supervisor Brown, a second by Supervisor Epperson, which I'd like to note he did show up for the meeting, got released from his
Did
hearing.
show up, yes.
So good to see you.
And we're authorizing Chuck to sign all the documents and such.
Okay. Including the motion, yeah. All in favor? Signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. 4D.
Sorry, just to explain too, so I was in court earlier. I had to be there according to the judge, so that's why I did my duty. So here I am.
All right.
Sorry.
I didn't want to get too personal.
No, you're fine. No, it's, the city of Ione never ends. Let's say that. That's all.
So there's nothing personal on your part. You're just.
No, I'm free and clear. It was in the paper on Friday if you're curious. There you go. All right, thank you.
All right. General Services Administration, update on grant progress with Karen Warburton. There you are.
Good afternoon, Chairman Crew and members of the board. I am here to present to you the update, our semi-annual update for the grants and kind of give you an idea of where we are right now. And then we'll have a conversation, I hope, where you can help me prioritize some projects that have been brought to my attention.
Roads.
I know, roads. So just very briefly, you'll notice that there's kind of 4 sections to this report. Each one is in a different color in the band on the left. So there's the grants that we have currently in process. We have grant applications that we're waiting to hear about. We have identified some projects that have been brought to my attention, and then there's other potential projects that are on the horizon that we can talk about. With regard to the awards that are in process, we have 9 active grants currently, and those grants are all in various stages of implementation. For the internally managed grants, $1.8 million in grants that we have internally in the county that are being managed in the General Services Administration Department. And then we also have an additional sets of money that are coming in that are basically externally administered by various agencies that are helping us out. So we have $57,500,000 right now set aside for broadband projects in the county. Those are coming, the planning stages are coming to an end for last mile, and we'll hopefully be able to begin implementation sometime soon. And then there's $9,500,000 and some change in consortia money. That's county consortia that have come together for various reasons that help each other out regionally. And so we have some external organizations that are handling those grants. Did you have any questions for me about the grants that have been awarded or are being implemented right now?
I don't know what questions to ask at this point, but.
The one, I guess, was the safer roads, that we're working on. I guess you're going out for bid on that right now?
Yes, so there's an RFP that's been published, and it's out there, and it's for us to bring in a consultant who will help us examine our roads for safety and provide a report that will then provide us with some shovel-ready projects on the roads that we can then use to apply for additional grants for implementation.
And now these are, this would be shovel-ready projects that are not maintenance-related. They would be an incorrect stop sign somewhere or a terrible curve somewhere, that type of, sorry. Yes. And that type of operation. It wouldn't be like a pothole sitting somewhere.
There may be a pothole that, if they drive around the county and they see potholes in a specific place and they deem that to be a safety issue, it may be brought to light.
It is.
We don't have
Okay.
any of those.
It's going to be,
What's that?
We don't have potholes.
Yeah, really?
it's going to be things like shoulders needed, intersection improvements needed, a turn lane. So, yeah, those are the kind of things that we're looking for.
How would the public or the supervisors, how would we make a recommendation or submit an area that they would like to be looked at?
Well,
'Cause I've got a list, that's all I'm saying.
so it will be the consultant's job to engage with everybody in the county.
Very good.
And how they proceed with that is kind of part of their package of what they would put in with the bid. So we've requested them to identify how they would do that.
Okay,
and
very good.
Hoping to see that.
Was the city's part of this, or are they not?
The cities are part of it. They will be included in that whole idea of bringing in everybody and getting everybody's input.
And it's middle general, like a capital improvement plan, like a CIP they call it. It's a capital improvement plan. When they're done, they'll have a list of roads and intersections and task list, and then monetary amounts assigned to those things, something like
These are
that.
just safety improvements. They're not necessarily maintenance improvements. So
Those two things intersect pretty carefully if you're talking to motorcycle riders and stuff. But
they do, but when you're talking about things like turn lanes versus repaving, they're different motivations.
Criteria will be pretty well
Counts
spelled out.
come into it too much.
Yeah.
It's just
Okay.
line corners and.
Yeah, I just think of a couple of intersections where the transitions are pretty abrupt and stuff, things like that are safety issues.
Sure. Right. We're hoping that whoever's awarded the contract will identify all of those things. And yes, they will provide a kind of a prioritized list of what we should tackle first.
If we do this, what's our responsibility to a consultant's? I mean, does this open us up to, do we have to do what they say? I mean, is that?
No, this is a grant. This is something we requested.
It's recommendations.
It's just recommendations?
Yes.
Okay.
And just choices.
Correct.
Big choices for a limited amount of funds.
Correct.
They're going to come up with probably $50, $100 million of things that could be done, and we probably have a budget of. And then what is from that point there to say these things could be done? I think it's the first step to get our foot in the door to maybe you have to have this plan in order to be able to apply to the state for grant funding.
Okay.
Right. This Safer Roads grant does open the doors to other grants.
Highway-related grants, right?
Did you say highway related?
Or
road?
Not highway related, just only, county and city and roads and those that are.
Streets and roads.
Yes.
County and city.
Streets and roads in the county and the city.
Yeah. But we had to do this to get even in the conversation.
Yes.
Well, we have to have a shovel-ready plan many times to apply for an implementation grant. And since we don't have that anywhere, this was a way to get it.
That's the $200,000 in-kind match that we're providing, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and on that, we don't have to do the full 800,000, do we? It can be whatever.
Well, we were awarded $800,000, and so the $200,000 in kind is ideal, so that we can use the full $800,000. But as we've already identified in that oversight committee, it may be difficult for us to get there. So we will have to adjust the amount we have to spend accordingly.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
And then I know we, previous experience, we had a CIP plan in place, and then we'd update it every 5 years to help apply for other grants and those types of things. So once you finally get the plan together, then we'd have to update it later on, I assume.
I'm not sure. I mean, there isn't any stipulation in the grant paperwork about that.
Okay.
Just an expenditure update, right? Yeah. About all. There's not even.
We have to
deadline.
provide information about how the grant is going, to the public, but we don't have to update anything.
Got it, okay.
Oh, really? Okay.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So moving on, the next portion of this report talks about the grants that we have an application in for. And one of the one of the things that we're trying to do is some improvements to Fiddletown and Pioneer Parks. And one of the things that has been identified as part of a grant that we're already implementing would be lighting in the ball field at Pioneer Park. And there probably isn't going to be enough money in that grant to incorporate that lighting, even though we asked for it to be included. So we are asking for some additional money from this T-Mobile grant for $50,000 to contribute to that project. I've applied for this project, for this particular grant, several times and have not received it. So I just keep applying, and I will continue to do so unless somebody directs me to do something different. Any questions about that?
Nope.
And then the identified projects for future funding applications. Here's where I really need your help is these are a series of projects that have been identified and brought to my attention either by yourselves, by the Director of General Services, or by staff in the county. And so I wanted to see if you could help me prioritize these. I have them numbered, but that's only for the sake of us discussing the items. It's not really a prioritized list yet. And I would like to ask you what your input is on these projects. So starting with the first one, we have the additional phases to Pioneer Park, which includes things like improving the walking trails, improving the dog park, updating the playground equipment, those kinds of things. So we have a number of phases there. And just general estimate of $1 million would be needed. Okay. Second one is a project called Hello Amador, which is an initiative to upgrade the county website, bring it into modern day aesthetics, improve community outreach on the website, and so forth. Number 3 is the Amador plug-in project. This is to seek the infrastructure for plugging in electric cars. And we have 2 different ways that we can do this. We can, and ultimately, hopefully both. One is that we may have to upgrade the county's fleet in some circumstances to electric vehicles in the future. And so if we start considering now what the infrastructure needs are going to be for that, it would help. And then in addition, we could use a lot more plugins in the county. And so if we were to maybe connect with the business community and talk about where we can put some various EV plugs around the county in parking lots or something like that, it would be also helpful to the general public.
I find it interesting as we're talking about plugins is that I pushed for plugins to be put in at Pioneer Hotel that the Air District was funded. And every time I go to dinner there or lunch or whatever, I always see the public parking in the spots that are not electric vehicles. So it's kind of like, okay. So
yeah,
I don't know how that will eventually change, but that was just kind of interesting to see that the fleet, I mean, the plug-in people aren't using that one, but go from there.
Well, I think it's important. That's why I mentioned engaging with the business community, because I think that there are probably people in the county that have kind of a good idea of where it would be appropriate to place these.
Yeah, I think one thing to check would be with our gas stations. They obviously are supplying fuel to vehicles. Would be a natural place to put them. I know I met with his ARCO regional, Northwest regional representative, and supposedly they're coming out, I think it's this year, with a high-speed charging unit. It's the backstory quick. It's about 20 minutes to charge the battery, like 80%, and the last 20% takes another 20 minutes then you get to pay for it, though. Would these be free to the public, or would they be paying for it, or?
We would have to work that out, and it would really be dependent on the funding model that we apply for. In some cases, though, I've seen grants where they would allow the county to put them in and charge for them. And I was kind of thinking in the back of my head that that might be a source of road funding right? Because these are people that are using the roads as well.
You know, and that's the larger issue is that there's a lot of electric vehicles that aren't paying road tax through the gas
Well,
costs.
my understanding is they are paying it on their registration now.
Yeah, it's $100, right? It's
Yeah.
a small offset, but yeah, it's
Yeah.
a pinch.
But I haven't seen that myself, so I don't know. I'm just thinking that, you know, we obviously are looking for funding for roads, and this might be a way to loop that in.
Yeah.
Okay, next one is some upgrades to the airport building. We've been talking about this one and applied for a grant a while back and did not receive it. This particular project is for just providing some enhancement, ADA compliance and so forth to the airport building. There's also a lot of talk about putting, while in the process of maybe doing some kind of major remodel, we would add EV charging infrastructure outside that building just because it would be easy to do at that point, possibly expanding an option for dining there, potentially, you know, some kind of business center or meeting rooms or some kind of a, you know, conference room or something like that that could be utilized by the public. Next one is number 5 is what I'm on here, page 8. The concept of hydrogen fueling. You'll remember about a year or so ago, we came to you about this one. I think ACTC had a grant. They were going to do a feasibility study. I'm not really sure where that stands right now, but we were talking about this in the context of using heavy-duty vehicles that really aren't good for electric use. So things like our buses in the transit area, or things like Public Works heavy-duty equipment that they use. It would be an interesting idea to consider what we could do with hydrogen fueling in the county. I know that California was able to get funding for some really big places where they're going to be generating hydrogen, and I don't know if this would be something that we would have hydrogen delivered here. There's also the idea that we could make it ourselves. So these are all things that we kind of talked about before, but there it is. And then the last one I crossed out only because we had talked about it before. It was to get a snowplow for Public Works. Unfortunately, we were not able to get a quote on this vehicle before the deadline passed on this grant, so we aren't going to be able to get it, but that doesn't mean that we can't look for something else if they have another need, because I think the purchase of the snowplow was part of their budget or something they came in to talk about.
You know, it sounded like that the bird kind of flew on this particular item, and you were looking to see if there's still availability to get some funds that might still be available. Is that still in the works? Is it kind of dead?
It's gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Yeah, it is.
No fault of your own.
Thank you. So I'm wondering if you guys can help me go through these particular projects and tell me which ones you think are the most important. What should I be focusing on? Where should I put my efforts?
I would think with the parks, you'd probably go, I was the other day, but there's a parks master plan that the ACRA put together. It categorizes everything. You could have a pretty good category of what needs are there. I think there's a list at the end somewhere, but I have a copy of that if you need it. I have the one laying around that, I've got 2 of them, I think, actually, but it goes through and it actually categorizes all of the different parks in the county. You know, just one thought there.
Yeah, that would be helpful. I'd love to have a look at that master plan because I don't have it.
Yeah, I'll give you a copy of that.
Okay. So were you suggesting that should be the first priority, or?
Yeah, I mean, from a recreation standpoint, yeah.
Okay.
That's not a very good comment, I guess. I mean, I'm on the airport committee, so I think that's an important thing too. And I visited Calaveras Airport, and I was, you know, it's a little more impressive. I'll just say that. So I think there's some opportunities there. And the guy that I had appointed, he's excited to be involved with that. So I think he's got some good ideas, and he traveled around some. He'll have some ideas out of some input there. I think that's definitely.
I've always teased that your office should be a nice restaurant sitting there with a view sitting out of above the thing, not GSA. But that's a 20/20 hindsight.
Indeed.
I think like the one you have down is like other potential project number 3, like roads. I think that's really a critical one.
Yeah, so I didn't cover these, but maybe we should cover these in the same
Yeah,
lines.
really, I
Talk
mean-
about them all together. These are ones that I really don't have penciled out that well, but they've been mentioned to me by somebody or another. So, excuse me, we have affordable housing, which is something that was just talked about in here, and this really is something that it's covered more by behavioral health and social services, that type of thing. So it may or may not really affect us. I'm happy to assist where I can, but it's probably not really in my wheelhouse. Then there's the concept of digital equity, and this is involving things like making sure that everybody that is in school has a computer to use, those kinds of things. And so this is another thing that I'm not really sure we could get into the nitty-gritty on it, but I could look for some grants if we felt that was important. Road improvements, of course, don't need any introduction. Healthcare options and affordability, this ties a little bit into senior issues. I didn't really put that one down because it really falls under this healthcare.
That's nothing we can really dive into. I mean, for myself, I would say just pull that one off your list. I mean, that's just for me.
Okay.
I mean, I would love to be part of it, but it's just not something that we can.
We might be able to address some ways to help by talking about workforce development. And so we can, but that's already on this list. So does everybody agree then we can just pull this healthcare deal off? Okay. And then there's the unhoused, which also kind of relates to the housing issue. I'm not really sure that's in my wheelhouse either, but there it is. There's also,
on that item, I talked to Phil the other day. He just sent me an email. It was a pretty short conversation, but he's with a veterans group, and they do like housing for veterans. They've got a lot of projects around all the country. And he was wondering about maybe, if the county would ever have some ground that might be available to put towards a housing project. And I told him, really don't have many parcels of ground that are suitable, but like there's Wicklow Way out there, but it needs a lot of infrastructure. And maybe I'll try to put him in contact with you, because if you ever do a project where it help, it's for veterans, it's basically veterans focused, which that's not a bad deal. If it helped them and it helped the county, it might be something to look at. So I'll try to have him touch base with you.
Okay. That's fine. The only thing that I will say is that developing bare land right now in this county is pretty impossible with the water problem.
I told him the first thing you should look at was the water and sewer. I did tell him that, yeah.
Okay.
I said that could be an issue.
Yes. Which is another topic we need to discuss. And then the electric vehicle purchasing, that looks like we're gonna, I'm operating under the assumption right now that everything is status quo, so we will at some point need to get electric vehicles for the county. I am putting this on here just because I know that there has been some funding opportunities to purchase vehicles, or at least help with the purchase of vehicles, and I know that we're kind of postponing this for the time being. I feel like the infrastructure is more important right now, but there it is nonetheless.
I think the infrastructure has to come before the vehicles itself. I mean, we were at CSAC, and they were talking about, Ventura is aggressively trying to keep pace, and they're like, it's impossible. CARB is completely unsympathetic. Calaveras County, they're just like, look, we don't have any money, so how are we supposed to do this? And everybody's kind of pushing a corner. And those that are leading are finding it's impossible, and those that are trying to follow, there's just no there there. I think we need to do something, but as far as, I think having charging stations is probably just a first bite at the apple, because I believe her name was Wong, but she kept saying that you need to plan. I'm like,
You need to what?
Plan for more energy, plan for what? Plan for more, what are you asking us to plan for? Is just this general statement of that's the solution. Well, clearly it's not. So I think if we have charging stations, then we can say, well, at least we have ability to charge a vehicle, should we be able to afford one? Sure. That kind of thing. It's kind of a odd way to look at it, but I think that's.
Whatever shows up.
that's fair.
Well, and this is, we can approach that anyway from a replacement standpoint.
Right.
I don't think we have to, necessarily come up with money to buy more vehicles than we already have. It's just it's just something that is kind of, I think right now is in our future, and we should.
It's looming.
Yeah, we should keep it there so that we don't forget.
I mean, yeah, if you had some charging stations, probably wouldn't be the end of the world. I mean, if something's there and available, as long as it's not cost the county much money, if any, I'd look at doing that.
Yeah, I know like my previous experience, we were looking at putting in two, and we found out that we're going to be paying for the energy costs, and we calculated out what it might cost over a year. We just didn't have the budget capacity for it. I mean, the installing them is insanely expensive, but then actually paying for the electricity that's going out of them without some recovery mechanism, it just became undoable.
I might have a solution for that, though.
Perfect, there you go, that's what we want to hear.
Yes. Then I'm skipping past number 7, going down to number 8, workforce training or workforce development, kind of providing some employment opportunities in the county that can be achieved by training opportunities that will teach people how to work in a certain area. It doesn't have to necessarily be a 4-year degree. Perhaps, what we need is to look at the survey that was done in the county that I presented to you a while back that has information in it about what kinds of work people want to do in the county versus what kinds of jobs are available for people and the skill sets that are needed. And this is a pretty big one. It's mentioned in our strategic plan, our SEDS document that you were provided. And it's definitely, I think, an area that the county can really find ways to help.
Wouldn't that be more appropriate done by the schools?
There might be, so there's some of it that can be done by the county, but a lot of the driving aspects of how to put a program like this together would actually be done through the schools, through consultants, through Amador College Connect, our nonprofits. And when we talk about this, though, we have to recognize that the schools have very little capacity for applying for grants. So they just don't have.
Yeah.
I know. So they just don't have the ability, so my thoughts are, these are just my thoughts. We could partner with them. We could help them with the applications and the grant management piece of it, but then we could let them run the program. So that's kind of what I was thinking. It's really not that different from when we hire a consultant to do anything else.
I understand. I just think that the schools, and the board can tell me if you disagree, but I think the schools should be leading that charge.
Okay.
I mean, it'd be like the schools trying to go do roads. We've got enough to do with roads.
Oh, I'd agree 100%. That's true.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay. No, you don't have to be sorry. It's something that I know that is needed, and it's been brought to my attention.
Right.
So I'm just presenting it to you.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Well, the only thing I would put out is, I know our chamber is trying to do a lot of the simple education, the Saturday classes that nobody else provides, coordinating that. So it may be something you talk with the chamber about to see where we could self-benefit in that aspect, assisting our current businesses to provide a better service, so that they can do the same thing. Yeah, I mean, that would be my opinion. Instead of a physical college class, it's something that would be helping, a day class for something else that local businesses could use to develop themselves.
Okay. So like business classes for business owners. Okay. Anybody else?
Well, I think I'd continue trying to find funding sources for equipment for road department.
Which department?
Road department, just anything that might be out there.
Any on that side of that, I mean, really that is our highest priority. I mean, as far as helping out the roads department, but we've got to think outside the box. How can we help them to help us, type of thing.
Sure.
What, we're not having to buy as many trucks, we can put that out to roads, however else we can work that out. Because I had a gentleman call me up the other day, and he complained that he didn't see that we applied for any grants through the federal transportation, and that California didn't do that. Well, as soon as he said California did, and I'm like, no, that can't be right. I know the state is doing that, so I don't know if it's just not where he was seeing it, but that's the, wherever we can get those, the Safer Road Grant. I was so happy to see that we've got that. It seemed like a door that we opened. Personally, I'd like to see that continue, how we can open those doors.
Okay, so are we thinking then that the first priority for what we would look at here would be the roads and public works equipment?
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
I know there's a huge competition, statewide.
Yeah, U.S. Department of Transportation in particular is very competitive, and those are very difficult grants to get. And
Right.
I feel really lucky that we were able to get one. And we'll see where it goes, because that is the grant I'm hoping is going to.
But I'm hoping that, for yourself, as you're continuing looking, hey, we've got the Safer Grant Road. It's coming down. We're going to get to that. We're going to have these projects, where you can. You're asking your advisors, hey, what else can we be looking at? Since we have this, we're starting to open this door, and I'd like to see where else. We're not waiting until we have it in hand, and the shovel in hand. I want to make sure we're looking at before we have the shovel in hand.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and it's some other projects like the airport upgrades. It'd be nice to see the airport get a little help. I don't have no problem with that. And the hydrogen, that's kind of pie in the sky, but who knows on that one? Time will tell. I think the electric thing has lost a little bit of its luster. I think electric vehicles probably in some applications probably great, but saying everything's going all electric tomorrow, they're either very arrogant or very stupid. I don't know which, but it's.
Or both.
Yeah, it's not. It's
But
it's not there.
but as we're talking about that specific thing, it's a couple electric plug-ins around this building or any of the governmental buildings, and then but
wouldn't be a bad
the
thing.
county is not paying for the electricity. The buyer or user is buying the electricity. Make sure we actually have a charging. That's my preference.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that too. I don't have a problem with that. But free electricity,
Okay.
We should probably buy him the car too.
Yeah, it comes from the one Tesla driver in the building.
So are you telling me then that you want me to put the infrastructure piece as like the second priority to the roads and public works?
Infrastructure.
The infrastructure for electric.
Well, let's say it's a second piece, no.
Okay. What do you think would be the second highest thing on this list?
I would say parks. I think the
Parks?
Yeah.
improvements.
Still,
I think parks, grants for parks are plentiful. And I think there's bang for the buck to be had there.
Okay.
And the airport's probably in the mix too, even if like number 3 or maybe some plug-in, maybe number 3, somewhere in there.
3, 4, either one of them.
Okay.
Kind of whatever the low-hanging fruit is, Karen.
Okay. All right. And then did you want to throw in anything else, or do you want to just lump them all in together at that point, or?
Yeah, everything else, of course, to help. Since we have 2 AWA people in the back of the room, making sure we're assisting them with the water treatment plants, making sure we're giving them the.
So that's number 7 on page 9.
Right.
And I purposefully left that out just simply because we probably can't necessarily help them with their funding for the treatment plant, but last year we requested apportionment funding from the Senate And we didn't get it, unfortunately, but we might try again this year if it's an option to do so.
That's fine.
So I just want to make sure we had your support for that.
Yeah, I think we actually worked together with the Ione band too.
We had a number of people around the county that provided letters of support.
I think that's a good idea to try again.
You know, one thing I would say, if the opportunity ever arises, or if there's any way you could help, like the Fire Safe Council, you know, the fire brush mitigation, stuff like that, it might be out of your wheelhouse a little bit, but if they ever need some help, any way, shape, or form, I'd be all for that.
I think that's a good idea too, and they come with administration as well, so
small
you don't have to do it all. Yeah.
You know, maybe touch base with Amanda Watson and just say, hey, you know, if there's any way we could help you or whatever.
Will do. Okay, and so the AWA folks are here because I thought you might have some questions about supporting their the plant, the treatment plant. If you do, we can bring them up here. If you don't, they came for no reason.
Please come on. No, we don't want to waste your time.
Thank you. So for the record, Susan Peters, Amador Water Agency Board President, and my wingman here is Director Paul Molinelli Jr. And we very much appreciate the opportunity to coordinate and collaborate with the county again on getting hopefully some much needed infrastructure funds from the federal government. As you all heard, we are in a dire situation with both of our treatment plants. This money that we're requesting would be for the Tanner plant. The Tanner plant serves about 9,000 people. It serves the cities of Sutter Creek, Jackson, Plymouth, and then the areas in between. There's about over 200 businesses and industries that are also served by that plant. And we have a long list of capital improvements that need to be done. So we're looking for an earmark of $21 million. Last year we were teed up to get about $5 million, but it didn't go through. So it's very competitive money. It's difficult to get, but the more support that we get from the county and citizens in the county, the better. And understand and know that we are also pursuing a lot of other funding sources. When we did a very hefty rate increase in 2021, we made a promise to our ratepayers and our customers that we would pursue all avenues of funding. So this is one of them, federal funding, grants. We're looking at WIFIA and SRF loans. And grants to be able to eventually either do a regional plant or do some even more significant upgrades to the Ione plant and the Tanner plant. And then we've also recently gone out and received $19 million in public funding. That money is being predominantly used for the Ione upgrades because that's where an emergency situation there where we cannot accommodate any more growth down there until we do those improvements.
You said you got 19 million?
Correct.
Was that a grant or what form is it?
It was public financing. We bonded.
Oh, okay, a bond.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, scary, but much needed. We've worked over the years to increase our rating significantly so that we were able to get a good interest rate on that bond. And we're going to continue to do the work that we need to do to keep our finances.
That bond, that money, that be used just to maintain what you have or any extra capacity?
It will increase some of the capacity down in the Ione area. There are several bottlenecks to capacity that we're at 30% design for most of those projects right now. And ideally we'll have them done in 2.5 years.
The reason why I ask, if it's $19 million being paid by the ratepayers, it's going to be benefiting some of the developers possibly.
The developers
I
are
kinda
paying,
like that.
they pay their capacity fees as well. So they're paying into into that, they pay into the capacity as well
I
through
understand-
their
I understand
capacity
that.
fees, their connection fees.
But the benefit they're getting is pretty huge.
The benefit that to the existing ratepayers is huge too, because we're not just, the Ione plant right now is at capacity and we have no reliability. So by doing the improvements that we're doing now, we're not only increasing the capacity, but we're significantly improving the reliability. If that plant goes down,
I understand what you're saying.
then
But
all
I
of our,
have a little bit of heartburn with that. You know, unless you're getting a lot of capacity, which may, yeah, it's.
we're only, for the 19, we're not getting that much capacity. It's more about making it a more reliable system for our existing customers.
And District 2 appreciates that.
That's probably better if it's make it reliable for the people that are actually getting the service without saying, hey, we're all going to pay and you can
No.
They can go build.
We have no redundancy. We have no reliability at that plant. And it's being run 24/7 during the summer, during the peak hours, nonstop. And it's like running your car at 100 miles per hour for hours on end. It's not good. It's where there's a lot of wear and tear on that plant. So the idea that we need to spend some money that will also fringe benefit, get some capacity here, which is economic growth for the county, is beneficial.
Okay.
That's the Ione plant. The Tanner plant does have some capacity. You just had a presentation on the Danco project, because that's an affordable housing project that goes to the top of the list. But we have a lot of other projects in the pipeline, development projects, particularly in Plymouth, that would like some capacity, and those projects will generate some economic development and much-needed housing for this area. At the same time, those improvements will also help with reliability. If that Tanner plant goes down right now, we have 2 hours of storage in peak summertime. That's not very comforting.
No.
The city of Jackson has as a wholesale customer, has about a day and a half of storage. Think about that when the hospital's located here. How do we get water to the hospital if we can't fix it in a day and a half? So these are really important issues and really important infrastructure improvements that absolutely have to be made. And we very much would appreciate any and all support that we can get from the county in terms of backing the Amador Water Agency's request for these appropriations.
No, I'm supportive of that, yeah.
My support.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Well, the staff in the state assembly said that the water used to be the Delta Water Project and the smelt, and now all they're talking about is water for fire protection because of the LA disaster, and the money's going to be pushed to infrastructure. And I thought that was music to my ears.
Oh, yeah.
At least,
So, that'd be great.
Yes, did any of you?
I know I'm speaking the obvious, but at least.
I know, but did any of you read the op-ed that was in the paper from Scott Ratterman from the Mountain Counties Water Resources Association about municipal water and their role in wildfire protection?
He said it's minimal.
It's minimal. It's really minimal, because the water that's coming out of the fire hydrants have gone through our water treatment plants. We have to treat that water, because it also is what's being used domestically. So, and there's no way to bypass that. So, unless you have vast amounts of storage, and storage is very expensive, you're not going to be able to fight a wildfire with that. And the CAL FIRE and the U.S. Forest Service, they don't use potable water in their firefighting efforts. They're doing it aerial, they're taking it out of Lake Taboo, they're using the fire suppression foam. that's how they're doing it. What we need that money for is what you brought up earlier, was the work that the Amador Fire Safe Council is doing, to get grant funds in here and to get more activities for fuel breaks, evacuation route cleaning, all of that. You've Supervisor Brown, attended a lot of those meetings, and you understand that. I know. So
it's a no-brainer, because if you let the fuels get tall enough, thick enough, dry enough, you can't get enough airplanes, water, bulldozers, firemen. It doesn't matter. We saw that in L.A. When you have the conditions are right and you get the fuel, Mother Nature's going to do what she's going to do, period.
And if everyone's using their garden hoses and everyone's got all the fire hydrants open full bore, you're blowing through water that's stored very, very quickly.
And when the homes burn, I don't think nobody's ever shut the water off.
No.
Pipes are burnt, they're going to blow water out. But no, it's probably a little bit of everything, but I mean, they shouldn't have the reservoir empty. That was kind of a dumb stunt.
Yeah.
But no, it's fuels.
Yeah, so that's and when we're talking about grant funds, and that's another area that the Board of Supervisors, I think, can really be supportive.
And we have.
And you have been, absolutely. So.
And I appreciate, actually, you're in the Board of the Fire Safe Council, I believe.
Yes.
And we appreciate the efforts of the Fire Safe Council and RC&D. But Fire Safe Council has done a lot of really good work.
Yeah. So this is an opportunity to support the water agency. There will be some other opportunities coming up in the future. We are in negotiations on some water transfers or forbearance agreements with East Bay Mud. We might need some support there in the future. And we would just really like to collaborate and make sure that we're all on the same page about what the water agency is doing and why we're moving forward with some of these requests.
I will say this, just in the matter of being open and forthright, and I hate the word transparent, but transparent. I'd also hope that the water agency would remember, like, when we wanted to use basically your jetter over there at the county jail, and we got that letter. That was not a very nice letter. That didn't go very well with the county. And then there was a deal with Pioneer Creek Road up there, where we were asking for help and really saying, hey, if you'll go down this road, you can help us. And the water agency wouldn't go down that road. So
I think
there's still some hard feelings over that, quite honestly.
I agree, but I think it's really important to look forward. We have new.
I look back sometimes too.
I understand. I understand. You don't want history to repeat itself, right?
That's what I'm saying.
So I understand that as well. But I think with new board members here, new board members on the Amador Water Agency, we have a really nice opportunity to work collaboratively and friendly. And when those issues do come up, work together to resolve them instead of kind of working on the underground or behind each other's backs. I don't think that's productive.
We weren't working behind nobody's back. We were just asking for some help, and we were being very forthright up front. And it wasn't
I will say on the jail
like
one,
it should have been.
Supervisor Onetto, that we as a favor had come in and done that in the past. We didn't have the manpower at the time. Yes, the letter could have been written differently, but the bottom line is that we didn't have the manpower to do that. It's not in our jurisdictions. It's the city of Jackson's jurisdiction.
I understand.
And so,
it's just the letter, the letter
I
was
agree
very
that
bad.
the letter was written inappropriately.
Especially coming after the Pioneer Creek.
Yes, and the response that we got
Buckhorn
back
Ridge Road,
was not also very nice either. So we need to get past that, though, Brian. We need to get past it.
I just
Work
put it on the
collaboratively.
table, just saying, hey, we're more than happy to help you, but we'd help the water agency a lot leading up to the Buckhorn Ridge Road, and it's it kind of shocked me what got thrown back at us. And maybe it was some of your staff, but I know sometimes, directors can have a little bit of sway over staff and say, hey, we need to do this, and it wasn't done. It's in the past. I want to move forward, but I don't want to forget that.
Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough.
Susan,
Thank
you mentioned the massive price increase in '21.
Yeah.
That didn't include anything for, it was all just a catch-up for revenue loss? There weren't any infrastructure reserves built up?
No, so that increase that we did in '21 is tied to, we did a master plan study that presented a lengthy list of projects that we needed to do, and we had like over $300 million worth of projects. So we prioritized, went through a prioritization process and put regulatory compliance highest on the list. And obviously public safety, making sure we have reliable water for people. So that list had about 30 things on that list that we used for our capital improvement for a 20-year period. And that's what the 2021 rate study was based on, was on that list. So now we are actively in the process of updating that list. We've done a number of the projects on the list. I can provide all the supervisors with our big giant spreadsheet, and there's a lot of projects that have been crossed off as completed. One of which was a connection to our clear well at the Tanner plant, and that is what gave us some additional capacity to be able to handle the Danco project. So, that list is ongoing. We're updating the master plan currently, and we will be going through yet another rate increase. This time, though, because we are in much better financial
Rate adjustment.
Rate adjustment. It may not be an increase. The rate adjustment, because we're in much better financial position than we were before, and we actually have money in reserves, thank goodness. We don't expect that to be anywhere near like it was before. And with going for
I would hope not.
with getting the public funds, with getting hopefully some consistent influx of revenue from transfer of water, conserved water, and the other grants and loan opportunities that we've had, we can go forward without having to put any more burden on our customers.
How are you getting revenue from conserved water? Is that because the pipelines, that the contract is
So we can't
fulfilled?
transfer water. We can only transfer, and when I say transfer, it's sale. We can only sell conserved water.
Yeah, because they put up money for the pipeline, that took them, and that's
So
expired now,
the East
right?
Bay Mud put up money for the pipeline, and they had an agreement that sunsetted in December of '22, that they received the conserved water.
Yeah.
So that agreement's over. We would like to now be getting paid for the water that's
Conserved water.
that conserved water, and so we're working on getting that done. It's taken a lot longer than any of us had liked, but bureaucracy moves slowly.
Is McKinney still the manager?
Yes, Larry McKinney is still our general manager.
Didn't mean to bury you in the information, but there's a lot of moving parts here. And we've appreciated the previous support last year from the Board of Supervisors, and we're very grateful for it. And we hope that will continue this year. We're going to submit this, we'd like to submit this Tanner project again to see if Senator Padilla will fund it.
Thank you.
Any other
Thank
questions?
you.
Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Any public comment?
Got one.
Yes, we do. Yeah, get a little leg stretch.
Everybody gets.
My name's Aaron Wolcott, and I'm a resident of Pine Grove. Since it's a grant presentation, I wanted to thank Karen for the work that she does. I think she's probably one of the unsung heroes of Amador County, and probably doesn't get the recognition she deserves for the work that she's doing to bring in funding for the county. And I also wanted to just tie the work that she's doing back to the very first comment in this meeting 4 hours ago by Catherine Evett, and the reduction in federal funding. And I hope that you take that seriously. The grant opportunities, I think, are going to be less and more important as federal funding dries up or is drying up. And I hope that you all will also take the opportunity to call Representative McClintock, as Catherine suggested. I've called him. If you call him, it carries a lot more weight. But I think a lot of Amador County voted for this government. The majority of Amador County voted for this government. And yet, some of the decisions that are being taken at the moment in terms of federal funding are going to have a direct impact on a lot of Amador County. And so I hope that you guys are pushing for Amador County in that way.
Mr. Wolcott always have, and some of the decisions by our federal government have affected this county greatly. And I think you did the article about the spotted owl, and I did not say the spotted owl was the cause of homelessness. It's a factor in the homelessness. And if you go look at our forest, they've been ravaged by decisions that came out of our federal government, which ravaged this community. Grizzly Flat is gone. Parts of Calaveras are gone. So I hear what you're saying, and decisions are important. And yes, I have talked to the McClintock staff about some items. The Fire Safe Council had contacted me, but there's two sides to a coin.
Thank you, Supervisor.
All right. That was a presentation only. Oh, do we need to do something?
Oh, I just was coming up to close things. So thank you to Amador Water Agency for coming, because they can speak to their issues much better than I can. I think that we'll probably be looking for a letter of support from the board for this apportionment request. And of course, as you know, as was just stated, we don't know where things are going to go at this point. I'm just kind of going along as business as usual, like I said earlier, because I just don't know. And even some of the grants that we have, we may not receive funding for going forward, but I just don't know. So that's where things sit.
But you have your direction, you're good with the direction we've given you?
I do. I'm good with it, and I have everything written down, so I'm good to go.
Okay,
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Item 4E, review and possible approval of the January 28th Board of Supervisors meeting minutes.
So move to approve.
Public comment?
We already did.
Second.
All right, we had a motion, a second, to review and approve the 28th of 2025 Board of Supervisor meeting minutes as presented. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Who are the makers of the motion, just for the record? It's kind of a little confusing.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Okay, so, all right.
Made the motion?
Yeah, I made the motion.
I seconded.
Yeah.
Okay, I made one too, just wanted to make sure. So it's Brown and second by Epperson.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else, supervisors? If not, this meeting is adjourned.